All right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, committee members. Thanks for being here. This is our third committee meeting for the 2022 OSSC adoption process. I believe we're still waiting on a couple of committee members, but I'm hoping that they'll show up. We have a lot of information to cover today, as we have in the past couple of meetings. So just to provide a quick overview, as identified on the agenda for you, we are going to cover some tabled items. There's several items, and I'll list those here in a second. And then we'll jump back into where we left off. So we covered chapter 13 right before we finished the last meeting. And so we'll jump right into to chapter 14. 14 and 15, very limited matrix items to cover there. And then we'll get right into to chapter 16 and the structural provisions. So today I'll be facilitating portion of the meeting. Then I'm going to be handing it over to Eric here, Eric McMullen shortly. And then Jeremy Williams from our team will also be facilitating the committee through 16, hopefully through 23 as we work that way. The tabled items that we have listed here from the matrix, we have item number 3, asterisk 3, and that is about the care facilities located in dwellings. So what you should see when you look at that your matrix is you should see new language that we talked about during the last meeting that we were going to compile and propose based on the feedback that we received from the committee. So that language is available there. We're planning on covering that item, and it touches a lot of different sections, right? There's portions in chapter 9. There's portions throughout chapter 3, provisions that we're going to, we'll cover that at the next meeting, which is scheduled for Wednesday, November 17th. But in the meantime, you already have access to those proposed amendments and the alignment for all of that. So if there's any questions, we can cover those then. And then we have matrix items 9-9, 9-13, 9 asterisk, which was Mr. Sandoval has taken the lead on that one. He's been working with Kenton, committee member Kenton on that. And then we have 931 for the ERC systems, and Eric's been our lead on that. So he'll walk the committee back through that. Then we have a loop back to 2 public proposals from the last meeting in chapter 11. I see that Mr. Bressman's here and Ms. Godwin's here as well, so we can speak to those and just going to make sure that the committee sees that language. You can link to that within the matrix and make sure that everybody's on board with that. And then a quick loop back to matrix item 12-4 regarding classroom enhanced acoustics. And thanks to Janice for sending out additional information on that to the committee. So before we get started here, before I hand it over to Eric to get going on chapter 9, I did want to note that we have another technical expert and committee support representation here, David Mills. David, I don't know if you have a chance to maybe unmute and just introduce yourself. We did introductions at the first meeting. That would be great.
Hello, Tony. Thank you for the introduction. I'm happy to answer any questions on behalf of the State Fire Marshal's office.
Great. Thanks for that, David. So with that, I think we're going to turn it over. I'm going to turn it over to Eric here, and we're going to be starting off on those tabled items in chapter 9.
Okay. That's what I was waiting for. Laura to get that up there. So the first one was 9-13, and this was the 903-312. And this was the item that the committee asked us to take a little deeper look into. This was the change in the scoping for NFPA 13R using the 30 feet above fire department vehicle access, which now will conflict with NFPA 13R. So I was able to find, I think Terry Whitehill had mentioned that he thought he remembered something for upcoming code that maybe would change that. And so I did find a 2024 code. And I think Laura's going to look for it now. I couldn't get the link to work on mine. So hopefully, yeah, there it is. So it was F 72-21. And I don't remember who the proponent was, but they made a run at going to 45 feet instead of 30 feet to more closely align with NFPA 13R, but this was denied. And the Cliff's notes on the reasons it was denied were basically two primary reasons. One was that that the 30 feet, the new language was based on fire departments' maximum ladders, extension ladders of 35 feet, which is accurate. And then the other piece was that the new changes haven't even been out there long enough to get any use. So before we change a change, let's see if there is truly a problem. So that was denied. So looks like going forward, and there was no further public action on this denial. So it looks like this proposal dies for the 2024. So there will be no change in the 2024 in this language. So, and I think the committee had said approve unless changed. So there is no change. The one thing I want to throw out there for the committee to consider is there is if you look at that proposal, the financial impact is pretty significant of this. And this is, I had mentioned in the last meeting that going from a 13R to a 13 brings with it some new stuff. The proponent came up with about $2,100 per unit. So they used like a 48 unit apartment complex, and it came up to be like $102,000 hit going from a 13R to a 13. So that's something for the committee to consider. If the committee thinks it's necessary, then these are some numbers that could be used for Tyler. The other option, if the committee said we don't want this new language, it would just revert back to four stories. This doesn't change the 4-story part, so that would stay either way, but it would revert back to the 60 feet above grade plane, which is where we're at in the 2019 OSSC. So I think that the other number I think that was on there too, there was the 2,100 per unit. And then I think the other number they used also, just for a point of reference, was $1 to $2 per square foot of total building area. That's what the proponent used. So I will kick it to the committee for discussion and answer any questions.
So Eric McMullen, I'm trying to understand that $2,100 per unit piece. It appears that the proponent was comparing the 30-foot to a 45-foot, and we would be comparing our 60-foot to a 30-foot. So potentially there's a gap between the 45 and 60. Maybe it's even more than 21 square foot impact. Does that seem logical to you?
Thank you for the question, Eric. No, what they're doing is they're comparing the trigger between a 13R and a 13. So if we stuck with current code, we're at 60 feet, so that's going to allow the 13R to be used. They had surmised that at 45 feet, because they were using whatever math they used there for their 45 feet, that it would basically get you more in line with where we're at now and still allow the use of that 13R system. So the delta is between the 13R and the 13 system, those costs. So it would still be accurate numbers, I believe.
Wow. I'm a little taken back by that difference in cost. I'm just having a really hard time with that, because we have a project under construction right now that the contractor bid a 13R and it was designed as a 13, and the change was nowhere near that much different for a 3-story on-grade unit. But that's That seems really high.
So Eric Pressman, maybe the market rate that they were working with is different in Oregon, Portland.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I find at the hearings, people tend to give exaggerated numbers trying to get what they want to, so that could be part of it.
I think essentially what we did last time was we agreed to the change to 30 feet pending more information about the 2024. And so we could see that the 2024 proposal didn't go through. So we would still be accepting, if we go to where we were before, we would still be accepting the change. We just need to figure out the cost for Tyler. I think that's what the rest of the committee wants to do.
Yeah, I'm leaning that way. I could have sworn there was something in this round that was addressing this, but I'll have to go back and look through my records and see if there was something else that besides the one that they brought up, because that one, yeah, it wasn't even brought forward with comments. So
you're thinking, Terry, in the public section, there was more language talked about, which means that if it was disapproved and they didn't push it forward, they wouldn't have talked about it in this last hearing. Is that right?
yeah, so the last hearings, this F7 wasn't even, nobody submitted comments because it wasn't even on the list. So, but I could have sworn there was another one that had something to do with this, but I'll have to go back through and look and see if I may, yeah. I'm an old guy. I could be not remembering right, but I'll try and go back and look through it if I get a chance. But yeah.
Laura, can you scroll up to the top? And I don't know, I couldn't find anything. You could absolutely be right, Terry. I couldn't find anything else. There were two, I think there were two different changes here, associated changes, and I don't know if that's
I was
maybe
looking at the wrong one. So that was F72, is that right?
this is 72, I believe. So yeah, F7221.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to. There were comments on it. There were actually 3, but I don't, it's one of the ones I don't have written down here. I think I've got it recorded somewhere else. Or it may have been one that I missed, but so there were written comments, 3 different ones on it that would have come to the next round of hearings. And I'd have to go look to see what it was because I don't have it in my booklet where I was recording all this.
Yeah, I didn't see anything in the published ICC public comments for this, but
Yeah,
have missed-
my booklet shows that there were 3 public comments. So I'm sure one was to keep it denied and then a couple others to probably change it. So I'll have to go back and look. I've got that info somewhere, but you can also get it if you go to their site and pull up under public comments and it should be there. But well, maybe at lunch, I'll try to pull that up and take a quick look.
So where are we at on that one? I can look also. I think I'm only presenting 2 items here, and then Tony or Jeremy are going to jump in, but I can also dig deeper. I mean, I'll look again, Terry, because that's where I got the information off of, was the public comment published monograph, and I didn't see anything. I just probably missed it then. If you've got
Yeah,
some.
I've got it printed out of all the different ones. And it doesn't have the language for each, but it says there were 3 public comments on 72. So I know there were some.
Okay, I'll look again. So what does the committee want to do then with that for now?
Well, I'm thinking maybe we just hold until we get that additional information and just come back to it today if we can.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. So just real quick, I think we bypassed it, but just a point, kind of a point of order there. In your matrix, you see Laura's got the numbers highlighted on the left-hand side there, kind of in blue if you have those open, and 9-9 is also highlighted, but just going to circle, we'll circle back to that on the 17th. That was tied to the change in the care facility language. And so just that one was tabled and it's not going to be discussed today. Just wanted to remind the committee, forgot that. So, all right, so I'll see what I can find while you guys are moving forward on that, see if I can find those public comments. So I apologize that I missed them. I did look, but
if you don't click on the right tab, they don't show up, because I had that happen to me too. There's a drop down and you have to hit public comments, and yeah, it's easy not to find things there.
yeah, ICC's website for code development is not user friendly. You can get lost in a rabbit hole really quick. So I will look again.
There is no part of their website that is user friendly.
I agree. Okay. So the other one in 9, well, we had a couple more in 9 actually. So the first one we would come to was the 9-23, which is 907-522. And that was the discussion. That was the discussion that I think came from the first meeting, and that was
Yes, because I was absent last meeting.
Mhm.
And I had forwarded an email to Laura, and I think Tony was copied on that as well with the language. I don't have it directly in front of me. Let me. There it is. No, that's not it.
Yeah, I think that looks good to me.
Yeah, because that makes the connection back to the roof when it's required. Sorry, I'm trying to jump to that chapter. Hey, I'm trying to retrace this back to the requirements. Sorry, I didn't have it in front of me when we started. I think that in my mind, the issue was where the exception or where the charging language in 503, the issue is when it was going to be required. And I think by tying this back with the chapter 9, it makes it clear that you only have to install it if the system is required elsewhere in the building.
During the last meeting, and I think Eric Bressman, you were gone, right? Is that correct?
Yes, I'm
Last
sorry.
meeting.
Yeah.
So we also discussed a little bit on this one, circled back on 9011, where it clarifies that, you know, when you do an alternate or you trade for something, it now becomes required. And I think that was part of the discussion early on too, was, you know, what the difference is between required or a voluntary installation.
Yeah, that's something that I've pushed back on at times. Tony knows, because we have a very robust appeals process. And sometimes we do trading where we ask for something that's maybe above and beyond, but we're also giving away something that was required. So.
And in that case, under 9011, that would now become required.
Yeah, and that to me, this makes sense. If you got voice of act throughout the building, you should put a speaker up there too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if the committee is okay with this language, I don't think I have anything more to add to it.
I think it works for me. Everybody else?
Yep.
There we go.
It looks like lots of thumbs up. So fiscally, probably really not
Minimal.
much there.
Yeah.
I think it's really just a clarification more than anything else.
Yeah. This is just one speaker, maybe two, depending on how big that deck is.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. So the next one in line is 9 asterisk. Laura, between 925 and 926, this was Chair Sandoval's proposal for smoke management systems.
Yeah, so appreciate that, Eric McMullen. I had some discussion with Keaton and proposed another location for it. So the 909 didn't fit very well because it was inside of smoke management. And I proposed an idea to Keaton, and he came back with an even better language. So, you know, I think I copied you and Tony on the email for that. And so if we go to that, it would really go into chapter 4. So we can bring it up during the chapter 4 discussion as opposed to here in chapter 9. That's what I would defer right now, is to talk about it then. If that works for everybody. It's more targeted to the emergency control station where the H5 controls all the signals. And so this is really a general statement about smoke control, and the egress system that we're talking about, the increase it to 20 to 300 feet is targeted to the H5. So it's an easier fit and more succinct if we keep it inside the chapter 4 provision for emergency control stations. So I basically am trying to move it from this discussion, chapter 9 discussion, to a chapter 4 discussion when we get to that.
Works for me.
Pretty good.
Yep.
Laura, you good on that one?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. So we'll bump that one So then the last one on hold in 9-31, and that's the emergency responder communication coverage. And you will recall that when we rolled this out last time, the committee was a little concerned with the generic NFPA 1221 language, which we shared that we had reached out to NFPA to see what it meant. The building's fire rating, matching the building's fire rating is kind of what it said. So Tony and I worked on this language to make it a little more clear. And this is what we came up with. There's three changes that needed to be made to 3.1, 3.2, and then I think 4. And so what we did was we got rid of, I guess we don't show the strikeout here, do we? Routed through an enclosure. So it used to say matching the building's fire rating. And then we changed that with a fire resistive rating of not less than 2 hours for buildings 4 stories or more, not less than 1 hour for buildings less than 4 stories. So this matches the Chapter 7 already fire rating requirements. We added a note for penetrations because that wasn't in there to 714. And then openings, we worked to narrow it down because sometimes they'll build a room that will have a door or windows in it that house some of this equipment. And so we referenced the openings for shaft enclosures, which is directly from the table in 716. So there was less confusion because when you look at the table in 716, there's lots of different opening protections based on what you're protecting. So we made a pointer to 716 specifically for shaft enclosures. And then 3.2, we didn't need the openings and penetrations, but we did need to clarify that if you're using listed cables, which are available, the same triggers, 2 hour, 1 hour based on the height of the building, stories of the building. And then number 4, Laura, if you scroll down just a little bit, matches number 3.1. And then we also still had that equivalent alternative protection connections may be provided. That's not a change. That was already there. The rest of that language just matches the 2 hour, 1 hour openings and penetration. So I will turn it back to the committee. There were no other changes made.
I think that looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any extra cost. This is more just better clarification. Maybe even less.
I missed what the committee's conversation was about this last time, but I know Eric McMullen, you and I have exchanged thoughts on this before, and this is so much clearer than where you were before on it. As somebody having to design around it, this will be much easier to follow.
I just remembered one other issue. Okay, 2 issues really quick, if I may. One of the things that this resolved, and the reason that we stayed away from, we used the shaft enclosure, but we stayed away from shafts in general because it caused problems previously because of horizontal runs. Sometimes there's large single-story buildings, so that was one of the things that this language deals with. The other question that came up, and where was that? I can't remember. So one of the questions that came up last time was about equipment. And so I went back and I did some digging because this is talking about cables and booster cables and all those things. And so there is no specific requirement in NFPA 1221. There wasn't a specific requirement under the 19 OSSC for the equipment, just that if you scroll down, Laura, a little bit, please. Under 918.5, just the NEMA enclosure is the only thing that's required. It was required previously, and that's the only thing required in NFPA 1221. There isn't a specific protection requirement. What happens is the pathways are required to be protected, and that pathway starts where it connects to the equipment. So by default, it's super, super hard unless you did the rated cabling, which you could do. If you did the rated cabling from the equipment, you might get there, but I understand that stuff's super expensive, like $100 a foot or some ridiculous amount. That was the last thing I checked. There was like a Dragon cable or something. But so we didn't do a change there on that one for the equipment. That was the intent and the committee had asked. So.
Yeah, I love this.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
We're voting. There we go.
Okay, lots of thumbs ups. One of the things that we did also is, we had reached out and sent this out, and David Mills hadn't been able to make the last couple of meetings, and had briefly touched base with them on this, just about the fact that we're not really making changes related to fire service stuff here. That's not our intent. And we had talked about that. We're not changing the scope or any of the coverages. That's all under the fire service. So I don't know if David wants to chime in on where the fire service is on this one, since he wasn't during the last discussions. Put you on the spot, David.
Hi, Eric. Thank you. The fire service, I believe, will be in complete support of this. This, as you mentioned, and as we spoke, doesn't really affect our side of it that much. We are appreciative of moving to 1221. As some of you may know, in our current edition, the fire service moved already to 1221 from maintenance side of the house, not the design side, but the maintenance side of the house, to give designers a clearer path, if you will, on what needed to be done. So Eric and Tony were very supportive, and members of the committee, thank you for entertaining this, and this looks good on the fire service side.
Thank you very much, David. So to the committee, it looked like lots of thumbs up. Laura, I'm not sure how I can get my screen different here, but
What do you
maybe
mean?
that helps. I'm only seeing part of the committee on the thumbs up because of the screen here. I'm fixing it. I got it now. Now, could I get another thumbs up from the committee? Because I only could see like 4 of you. There we go. Thank you. Sorry about that. That's on me. I'm going to blame Elizabeth, but it's really on me. Okay. Okay, so that one, it looks good. Laura, you caught up on that one. So we will take that one as submitted. And I think that's it for me. Correct, Tony? I'll go do some research on that NFPA 13R one and get back to the committee. Should be able to find something while you guys are working on exciting engineering stuff.
Sounds great. Thanks, Eric. And thanks, David Mills, for chiming in there. That was much appreciated. Okay, so we're continuing on with those tabled items that we have. And the next two up are those public proposals regarding the counters and accessible receptacles in type A units. So let's jump to that one next here. And Laura's way ahead. She already has the proposed additional language on the screen there for the committee's consideration. And that was based again on the committee feedback at the last meeting.
Yeah, Tony, looks good. I appreciate the dialogue we had last week with Kara, and it looks not closer to what we were talking about.
All right, great. Thumbs up. Looking good. Okay, excellent. Thank you. And then the next one there, the matrix item 11-6, and the same thing here. Laura's navigating to that additional language to clarify.
There's at least one out there. Yeah.
Good. Looks good there. All right. Excellent.
Can I just chime in for a second?
Absolutely.
So it looks like we were going to add that same language to both 3 and 4. So the exception 3 is the one that ICC committee accepted, saying when it's a corner with a range and refrigerator, we're going to exempt that corner. And what we proposed, exemption 4, says same idea, but it doesn't have to be a corner. So if it's between a range and a refrigerator that's less than 18 inches. And the idea is that you wouldn't have both because you don't have more than one range or refrigerator in a standard kitchen. We added provided there's at least one other countertop with an accessible outlet compliant with the section to both 3 and 4.
Yeah,
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. It's there.
It is there. It's just not in red.
It's just not in red, and I was reading it really fast. Sorry. I apologize. It is.
I did the same thing.
You're good, Kara. It's fine.
Yeah, I think this one's a go as well.
Yeah,
Chair
Eric.
Sandoval, can I ask a question? No.
Yes, go ahead.
Not being on the committee, but one of the things that I had noted with this, and I was just curious, the intent. So it sounded like in the last meeting, the intent of this was to align with type B units, which is, you know, the minimum federal standard. Type A are kind of above and beyond. So we'd be good in Oregon. But the question I had is under the type B language that addresses this specific issue is not just limited to kitchens. It's just counter reach, period. So it would cover bathrooms, it would cover a hutch in a dining room, it would cover all kinds of stuff. Was there a reason that this was just specific to kitchens on this proposal would be my question. Thank you.
I think I'd get that back to Kara. I'm not sure specifically why she addressed just kitchens. But I think that's,
I'm happy to answer.
yeah, please do.
So the one on the screen right now is actually type B.
That's
You're
type
talking
A.
about the depth of 25.5 inches versus 24. We don't really see a problem in type A bathrooms because we generally have 21-inch cabinets versus 24-inch cabinets. And so if you have a 24-inch cabinet, you run into an issue with toilet clearance. It's just a different thing. So most standard cabinets are 21-inch base cabinet, and then the door and the drawer and the counter overhang, and kitchens are 24. We were just trying to be specific because the issue we run into the most is kitchens, just because of the way the language is it's a little bit prescriptive, saying, you know, most countertops in the kitchens. And we're just dealing with appliances and things. So we just felt like being as specific as possible made everyone feel more comfortable about it. And that's really the one issue we're most challenged with.
That answer your question, Eric McMullen?
Yeah, it does. I think that was our gut hunch as well, but I just wanted to make sure, just, you know, make sure that we weren't missing something there. And, you know, sometimes we get to deal with these downstream, and I could see a question coming up, or somebody's got a dining room with a built-in hutch saying, well, why can I do it in the kitchen, but I can't do it here? So sometimes we kind of look at them. I think you guys are clearly looking at them from, this is our biggest issue, a kitchen type thing, which makes total sense. But that's where my mind goes, just like, downstream, we're going to get questions about.
Absolutely.
But it makes sense where you're at, and it's defensible, I think. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Right. Any more committee discussion on these two public proposals? Okay, I think we're good to go there. The next tabled item we had listed was 12-4, and this was regarding the enhanced classroom acoustics. And Janice sent some great follow-up information here that Laura's sharing right now on the screen. So I just wanted to see if there was any additional committee discussion on this, and I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
No, I think this is really right on. I sent a private email back to Janice and said, thanks very much. I really appreciate the hard work, and it's much clearer about where we're going with this. And I think, you know, when I was sharing kind of things that we were doing in the committee to other colleagues, they were really interested in this one. And obviously one of the options is to make the rooms bigger, and not that would be absolutely the necessary piece here, but the language of this
Right.
proposal on the base code level was to have a certain size and smaller. So yeah, I really appreciate you doing this work here, Janice, and I'm aligned with that. I think that the rest of the proposal was clear, and the cost is really the part that was a little bit wiggly. So thanks very much.
Yeah, I agree, and it sounds like the materials are available and for the most part already being used, so.
Mhm.
Tony, I just asked if Tyler's okay with this submitted documentation for pricing. It would be very good to have this kind of language available.
I'm always good with additional information for pricing.
Cool.
All right, great. Anything else on this one? Okay. So that was it for the tabled items that we had listed. We're already cruising along. So now we're going to jump into chapter 14. The last we finished chapter 13. It was a long chapter for review, and then we're getting right into 14 here. So the first item up on your matrix for chapter 14 is item 14-1, and it is an IBC change in 1404.3, and it is regarding vapor retarders. So basically what they did here is they made some changes in the associated tables. There's a new table, and what you'll see is some division proposed amendments for clarification, removing the climate zones that do not apply in our state. So other than that, it's a model change. So I'll turn it over to you, committee, for discussion.
No comments here. It looks like a good modification. I'm in alignment with this.
Yeah, I like getting rid of the climate zones that don't apply in Oregon, because it just will help reduce people jumping into the wrong category when they're using the tables.
Great. I saw a thumbs up from Mr. Whitehill. Any other? Okay, look at that. Thumbs up all around. Thank you. Great. So we're moving on to item 14-2, 1404.3.1. Similar thing here. We have modification regarding the class 1 and 2 vapor retarders. We have continuous insulation considerations here, where class 2 vapor retarders are installed. And then we also have embedded an existing Oregon amendment that's in the 2019 OSSC as well. So with that, some model changes here. And again, that the strikeout of the not applicable climate zones. So any discussion or concerns with this?
Again, supportive of the changes. Looks good.
Yeah.
Great. Excellent. Thank you. Moving right along. The next one, 14-3, Laura already has it up here, and it has it's a model code change that addresses the use of class 3 VRs with spray foam insulation. And it really is just a clarification here, model code.
Yeah, I like this one.
All right, great. Thank you, committee. The next one up is an existing Oregon amendment, 1404.10.3. And this adds this existing amendment is an exception to the limitation where interior adhered masonry veneer can support its own weight and a lateral load for the interior adhered masonry veneer is provided through the use of an engineered system. And you see that exception there, again, existing Oregon amendment.
Again, it's an existing amendment that's aligned with what we're doing here in Oregon. No modifications.
Okay, looks good. Some thumbs up. All right, thank you for that. Next up, 14-5, 1406.10 for MCM cladding. As you may recall, under the 19 OSSC, we were already ahead of the game. Thanks to Mr. Whitehill bringing a proposal from National regarding MCM. So here's some adjustments here. Again, model code language, just clarifying further in 140610. See some thumbs up. Good. All right. Great. Thank you. The next one here is 14-6, 140741, and this is regarding the EIFS systems, and this is alignment with statute. So this is existing Oregon amendment requiring that all EIFS are provided with drainage.
Yes.
Hey, Tony, the only
Yeah.
question I had is the one that I don't really like so much. The repair part I get, and then it says, or replacement of existing barrier system. That means it could be the entire wall. Is that really what we want to allow them to change out a whole wall and not put in the drainage system?
Yeah, I see where you're saying, Mr. Whitehill. So did you want to qualify that replacement as being reconstruction or tying it more to that repair activity?
Yeah, I would prefer that.
Okay.
What's everybody else think?
Yeah.
You know,
I
these
mean, that
are
could be the whole
difficult.
building for that
Yeah.
matter.
Correct.
It's a little too vague.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any example language there, Mr. Whitehill, that you'd like to throw out?
Repair.
Well, I was just going to throw out the or replace of exterior barrier systems and just leave it at repair because,
Yeah.
I think that covers it.
Okay.
If you had, well, I guess it would still be considered a repair. I was thinking if you had something where it had been physically removed, something gouged it out, but it still would be a repair.
Be a repair. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
in the existing building code, it helps us figure out what those different pieces are. So
Right.
I would like to use that definition of repairs out of the, when I think people would normally go to that because it's available and we're using it for chapter 34. So I think it's solid repair.
I did too.
Yeah.
Committee's all on board with that, it looks like.
Yep.
Laura, you good to go on that? And I'll also check the statutory language. Once maybe we get into chapter 16, I'll double back on that. If we need to revisit it, I'll bring it to the committee's attention.
Yeah. And I don't know that I would see that as a change, to be truthful, because I think repairs covers what was meant with that statutory language, hopefully. But if they're replacing everything, they need to do it right.
But we just see so many failures with the system without the
Oh, yeah.
drainage system. So it's a lot of long-term problems if we allow
Yep.
it to continue to be without the drainage.
Yeah, there's a couple other states that I wish would adopt this language, to be honest. It would make my life easier.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have that one covered. Back to our matrix. That is all for chapter 14. And just to check before we jump to 15, was there any fiscal with any of those? They seemed like existing Oregon amendments, options for compliance, model code changes, minimal fiscals.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. All right, chapter 15, roof assemblies and rooftop structures. So the first item on your matrix there, 15-1, section 15033, it's regarding parapet walls and a model code change identifying that the parapet walls now require moisture resistance, similar to the remainder of the building. Good change here.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, great.
Most susceptible area.
Any fiscal to flag here for Tyler on this one?
I would hope that most of them were already doing this, but there could be a slight fiscal. I don't think it'd be very, very much.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen a parapet built without something over the top of it to keep it dry, but I can't think of a project where this wouldn't have been done.
Any other thoughts on that, on the fiscal? Seems like standard practice already.
Oh,
Yeah.
so in the chat, Sharon just posted tilt-up concrete building parapets.
It's treated the same as the rest of the wall, so I don't think it's an issue.
Shall be coped or covered with.
The main thing is making sure that you're sealing between that parapet and the roof.
Yeah, I mean, I know if we were doing tilt up, we would not leave that concrete just bare. In any case, we would put an elastomeric coating or something and not just leave exposed concrete to the weather, not in Oregon. But again, I don't know that every designer in the state would follow the, Eastern Oregon with less rainfall may not be as, may not detail the same way that we do.
So is the question about the tilt-up wall that it wouldn't be included? Would it be better to say the parapet section of a wall, or?
I see what you're saying. Huh.
Portion?
Yeah, I'm not sure how you address this, to be honest. It seems like what this is going to require is a metal coping or something over the top of that, even if it's concrete. I think that might be what the issue is, but maybe somebody else is seeing this differently.
Well, I just think there's a high propensity for all sorts of bacterial growth, regardless of the material that you have the fire resistive base in. And so for me, it's like a really good practice to have this waterproofing membrane, regardless of the material that provides the fire resistive construction. So I would rather not dice it up into parts depending on materials. I would just like to keep it straight up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it the way it is. For the way
I
we
think I'd leave
detail
it.
in my office, we would never leave it completely open.
And then the committee saying a negligible fiscal.
Yeah.
Okay. Right, moving on. The next item here, item 15-2, 1504.5, regarding ballasted roofs. It's a model code modification. And all requirements regarding the design and construction of the ballasted low slope roofs are now contained in a reference standard. So you see the updated reference standard there.
It makes it nice, doesn't it?
Yeah, that makes it easier for us to deal with, definitely. And that's the standard we typically do reference in our specifications. So for us, this wouldn't be a change.
We're seeing more of that in the code as it starts to peel off prescriptive information and use reference standards as a way to get the job done. So I think it's very consistent.
The term basic design wind speed is no longer, I don't think that's how chapter 16 refers to the wind speed anymore. IBC does it different than the ANSI stuff.
Are you looking in the 15046 there, Seth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember if basic's a holdover from the ASD days. I'm looking on my list.
Well, I think what you're referring to is the 1609.3 doesn't have those subset tables anymore. It's just straight up 1609.3. We've removed 1 through 12. So maybe we could change this at the same time to align with the 16 chapter. If that's what you're thinking about, Seth.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I was eventually going, is making sure that we have the proper pointer and terminology.
So the wind speed that's in 1609.3 parentheses 1 through 12 is like the whole country, and we've dissected it down to just one table. And so even though this is in the roofing section of the code, we don't really have all these subset 12 pieces.
Yeah, we just have,
we're not
we
doing the
just
whole
have a
country.
couple maps and a table,
Yeah,
which probably just changed the pointer to the table.
yeah.
We do still call it the basic wind speed, but we have a single table that's by county.
So instead of using the figures, we just take it to the table. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that work for you, Tony?
Absolutely. It's a great note there, Seth.
Yeah, good catch.
Yep. Good editorial adjustment there. All right. So we're moving on. Next one, 15-3. It's a model code change in 15049, and Laura already has it up.
Well,
And
Eric has his hand up.
Oh, yeah, Eric. Sorry, I didn't see that.
Oh, that was I did, that was not on purpose. So apologize for that. I don't know how I'm going to blame Elizabeth again.
I'm more powerful than I think I am.
All right. So Laura has it up on the screen here. Change in 15049 and the associated table here for ag surface roofs. Any committee discussion on this one? Concerns?
I like this.
Right. Thumbs up. Good. Great. Thank you for that. The last two items in chapter 15 before we get to chapter 16 are 15-4 and 15-5. And this is regarding the longstanding allowance for re-roofing inspection and then the final inspection on the commercial side. So we have existing amendments here, and you do see an editorial proposal there in the different shade of blue. Hopefully you can make that out in 1511.3.2 there at the end.
Yeah, that's.
You mean we can't take the contractor's word for it?
Unless you consider them an approved agency.
Sorry, little humor.
Just don't ask us to do it on the design side, please.
Yeah, we could add that, or the architect.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, registered design
No.
professional.
No.
Additional site observation required.
Yeah. I'm gonna turn in my license.
All right, great. Any concerns with those amendments? Got some thumbs up. It looks good to retain those. All right. Excellent. Thank you, committee. So now we've made it to chapter 16. I think we're cruising right along here. Oh, we're backing up to chapter 9, I think. I think I might have missed something. Yeah, so looks like Eric from our team has been doing some research on the 13R issue. And Eric, thanks for jumping back on. Do you have anything
Okay.
to share with the committee on that?
Yeah, thanks. That's not why I raised my hand earlier, or Elizabeth raised my hand earlier. So I did. Terry, you might be, as you self-proclaimed old, but you have some memory because I found them. So the upcoming government consensus vote, there were 3 public comments. The research I did, the quick research I did was I found a lot of support for number 3. Public comment 3, like from national folks, sprinkler folks, National Association of Home Builders, all kinds of different, like did some quick search and there was lots of different industry and design folks that were all pointing to public 3. So just as you consider this, it will go back for the government consensus vote with options. So what number 3, I'm going to see if I can share. That means you have to unshare, right, Laura?
Mm-hmm.
So I can pull this up. Let's see, I think it's, I do not like that I can't see what I'm sharing. Does that look, is that the public proposal?
Is there any way you can make it a little larger?
Yeah,
Like
us
that?
old guys can't see that.
I can't see the screen, so I don't even know what it looks like. It's weird.
That's better.
Perfect.
I can keep going a little bit more. Okay, so this was there's 3 proposals here. The first 2 were, I mean, I guess I can scroll up and show you really quick here. 1 was to go, which is what I originally found, is to basically just go to 35 feet. And then, and again, I didn't see any support for that. 2 was also to go to 35 feet instead of the 30 feet. But it seems like the more popular of the proposal, and honestly, that makes sense because of the way he tied it together. This one was by Jeff Shapiro, which has been doing model code stuff, and sprinklers will recognize his name. So what Jeff came up with on this one is, it looks like, so the 4 stories stays. Limiting number 2 there to other than R2s, acknowledging that R1s are a different duck. So R1s would still be under that. And then what he did for the second part of number 2, went with 45 feet. And the justification here, and it totally makes sense, is, look, the aim here was podium buildings. It was not ground up apartments. It was podiums. And so this addresses, or attempts to address that. And it also uses, you might remember last time I talked about the attic measurement that was new last go around, where they measured to the eave of the attic, and it was 55 feet in the IBC to limit these tall buildings with unprotected attics. So what the proponent of this one did is he went to 45 feet, which allows your traditional, tall ceiling, 10-foot ceiling, 10-foot ceiling on the ground, not podium, but on the ground, typical 4-story apartments to be able to use 13Rs. And then he added some language in here about that roof assembly language that was similar to what's in the other section for attics. One of the things I think I like that Jeff did here that we're doing too is he put in the word required fire department vehicle access, which is a direction we were going as well. You may remember when we talked about that early on. So I'll scroll down a little bit more. This is the 3. same. And then I think I can't get it all on here, but I can kind of let the committee read the reasoning there, and I can scroll down when you're caught up if you want to read it.
And so this one actually overturned the committee vote, correct? So that it's what's going to the General Assembly to be voted on.
Yeah, this is the government consensus. So it was denied at public hearing.
Yep.
And then, yeah, these were the 3 public comments that you were referring to, Terry, that I had to dig to find.
Yeah.
I found them. Thank you for that, by the way.
Yep. So I'm okay with going with this language as long as we wait for the voting to end. That should be announced. Tony, I'm guessing it'll be right around the end of this year. Will that work for you guys if it gets approved, that you could then stick it in?
Yeah, I think as long as we're clear on the direction the committee wants to go, and then what would replace it if for some reason it didn't make it into the 24 iteration of the iCode. We just want to make sure it's clear for Laura.
Yeah. So my proposal would be that if this gets approved during the consensus vote, that this be what we put in, and if not, then we'll go to the 30 feet that was in the last the version of the code we're looking at.
I
I really like that idea. It's really solid and supportive of that as well.
Yeah, I think so too.
Thanks, Eric, for finding that. I'm glad to hear that I'm not totally losing it yet.
Not totally. All right, thank you for that. Thanks, Tony, for bouncing back. So Laura, are you good with what just happened there? That if this passes the government consensus vote, we're going to use this language. If not, what I heard was we're going to go with the 30 feet, not the previous language.
Yeah. So I think under the cost is if it goes to the 30 feet, there will be a cost increase on any building that hits. And if this gets approved, then I think then it's going to be better cost wise. Yeah.
I got it.
Okay. And you should have the screen back also, Laura.
Yeah.
I think I let it go. So, all right. Thank you. I'm
Great.
out again.
Thanks, Eric. That was great stuff. So we'll and then we'll update the matrix like we have been. So then we can, at the next meeting, we can just touch back on this to make sure that we've captured it right per the wishes of the committee, and that we have accurate fiscal information there for Tyler. So how are we doing? Do we need take any quick breaks before we jump into 16? I see our program engineer Jeremy's up on the screen, ready to roll. We're good. Looks like everybody's good.
Can we just do a 10-minute bio break? Would that be right?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do that. 10-minute bio break. We'll be back here at 10 to 11. We've made it to the chapter 16 provisions, and Jeremy Williams from our team is going to take the lead and kind of facilitate the meeting for the committee. And with that, Jeremy, I think I'm going to turn it over to you, and we can get started on chapter 16. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Tony. Good morning, everybody. Before we get started on item 16.1, just wanted to say thank you to SEAO, Structural Engineers Association of Oregon. BCD appreciates all the heavy lifting, hard work they do on reviewing all of their past proposals, making sure that they coordinate well with the new model code changes, reviewing all those new model code changes and looking for any inconsistencies. They shared with the division their recommendations for retaining existing amendments, and you'll see that in the matrix items. There's a note for each matrix items where there's existing Oregon amendments that are shown in like a darker navy blue. We note in the matrix which ones they've recommended for retaining, and then just note in the matrix the royal blue or the lighter blue. That's an Oregon BCD staff new amendment to the model code. Most of those are for just general clarification. So with that, I'll get started, and you feel free to interrupt me as we go along. We have Seth here, who was on the SEAO code committee. It looks like Amit from City of Portland. He was also on the SEAO code review committee, and then Eric Watson, I believe, is on. He's the chair of the SEAO.
Yeah, Eric had to run to a site visit, so he won't be back until noonish.
Okay. So first matrix item 16-1 notations. This is just a general cleanup, BCD clarification. We're just looking for you to give a thumbs up if you're okay with the change or have any thoughts on other cleanup. So the model code states in 1602.1 notations, the following notations are used in this chapter, and then they just list these notations. There's quite a few other notations used throughout the chapter that are not listed in 1602. So we just modified that to say structural design notations are used throughout this chapter, including but not limited to the following.
Easy.
Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Okay. Next item, 16-2, construction documents, snow load. We just identified this as a potential misalignment with the model code and our Oregon specific statewide minimum roof snow load requirements. And this is just the reporting requirements, what the design professional has to put on their construction documents. And the model code gives an allowance that you don't have to put the ground snow load data on the construction documents when you're less than 10 PSF ground snow load. But we have a lot of areas on the coast and some in the Willamette Valley that have ground snow loads less than 10 PSF, but you'd still be, those designs would still be subject to our minimum threshold of 20 PSF plus rain on snow per Oregon's longstanding requirement. So that's just a cleanup that we suggested. Any thoughts, thumbs up, recommendations?
That's good.
Find me.
Everyone's already doing this anyway, so.
Okay, so it sounds like it's no change really. 16-3, construction documents. This is a model code change to the reporting requirements to be placed on the construction documents specific to the component and cladding pressures and the wind zones and their dimensions. The component and cladding pressure has been a requirement to be put on the plans, but our understanding that most design professionals are putting kind of a maximum or some maximum component and cladding pressure on the plans because it varies all over the building. And now the model code is requiring that the design professional specifically detail on the plans all of the zones, their dimensions, those pressures on those construction documents. And the SEO public proposal OSSC 22-05 addresses this one.
Yeah. So item 5 is what Jeremy was talking about there. It's a new requirement in model code. And this would add a pretty significant heavy lifting on every project to basically map out the wind pressures around the entire exterior building, including roof areas. This basically is taking all the work that a deferred designer would do and putting it on the design team. And it would add a lot of work. And this would be for any project, including, very, very small TI jobs. And it's a huge burden and would add cost to projects. So SEO feels like this is not the responsibility of the EOR and that the items in 1 through 4 provide the deferred designer enough information to do their job.
I'm going to jump in here, and we've dealt with this a lot on projects, and I don't know if we have a general contractor on board in this group that wants to comment on this, but we get pushback all the time from the contractors saying this is not our job. We don't want to do this as part of any delegated design. We want you to tell us what we have to design for, what those design pressures are. We get a lot of pushback just anytime we try to assign any delegated design like this to some general contractors, to the point that we wind up during construction having to go back to the owner and let them decide who they're going to pay to do this, because it's going to say that it adds cost to the project, I think is not entirely accurate, because it's going to be a cost to the project, whether it's done by the EOR or a delegated design professional on the construction side. If it has to be done one way or another. So it's really just where the dollars are spent, whether it's up front or during construction. I don't have a particular problem with the EOR saying we want somebody else to do this, but I just know that from a cost standpoint, it's not true that it's not that there's a big difference. But I think we're going to get pushback from a lot of the contractors we work with saying it's up to you to provide this information to us.
All right, I was muted there.
Question for Seth.
Yeah, go for it.
Usually it's not in the scope of the design of the EOR and is always deferred, correct?
I would say most projects, yes, the exterior cladding is deferred to some sort of bidder design scope, whether it's curtain wall, metal stud designer, precast panels, some whatever. I would say that's the case 90% of the time.
I understand that if it's not in the scope of the EOR, it will be a lot of work to provide the information. Unless it's included in the scope, probably it's, I understand what's going on in the change in the scope, this section.
Yeah, basically this requirement would transfer scope and liability from the bidder designer to the EOR, which from our experience, we don't get paid for said liability and scope.
But isn't this, you're just providing what the pressures are they have to engineer to. This isn't saying that the engineer of record has to design the attachments of the cladding system. This is just saying you have to tell them what the loads are they have to design for. Right? It would be no different than if you were designing roof trusses and you had to tell them what the live and dead loads on the roof truss design needed to be.
The only difference is wind load is much more complicated. It's not just putting a number in a table. This potentially adds sheets of drawings to define all these zones. With the complexity of ASC 7 wind design these days, there's corner zones, there's edge zones, there's all these, and especially with a more complicated building, then you've added all these elevations and you're hatching and you're doing. It's a potential big scope, and our biggest concern is on a big new 10-story building, this is probably not from a scope standpoint not a big deal. It's the little step projects that are really problematic. You go add a couple mechanical units, put a new door in a building, and now are you required to provide all this information? It's adding, like I said, it's transferring scope. I agree. It's probably not adding overall cost to the project because someone's got to do the work eventually. But it definitely transfers the scope of, liability and effort.
I have a question unrelated to the actual item number 5, but just administratively looking at any work being done that's required for construction documents. This is just one of many things that are required for construction documents. This happens to be in the structural section.
Yep.
I know that there's a number of cases where we defer a design to another time, either to another phase or to another person. And wouldn't this be an applicable methodology for the registered design professional to even defer item number 5 in the deferred submittal process?
Yeah, that's essentially what is done now, other than that designer is not necessarily required to produce drawings that show that. They're usually just in the calculations. But yeah,
we typically don't put them on a deferred submittal because we don't know the minutia of this to even have it as an item. Usually it's a whole system, right? So potentially the system would be covered, but then specifically the design methodology could have multiple systems under it because we might have storefront or might have cladding or might have all sorts of different vendors.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be inferred that these wind pressures, if we decided to go down the deferred submittal methodology, the wind pressures in applicable zones would be assumed to be inside of the systems. And I think you'd have to be even clearer than that if we accommodated this straight up, because it would need to be annotated as a separate item because it covers multiple systems. So it's a little bit messy to do the, in my opinion, it's a little bit messy to do deferred submittal, even though it's available in the code to do.
Yeah, I guess, you know, in my mind, part of this too is deferred versus delegated, because we've been going through this for weeks internally, trying to get language in our specs and our contracts with our owners, getting them to understand that, you know, because we've put something on a deferred submittal list doesn't assign that scope to anybody else. It just means that the AHJ gets it at a later time. It's not part of our initial submittal. This this particular piece, yes, many times the cladding attachment does become a delegated design item because, you know, Hardy has their own systems and curtain walls are different and all the different systems are different, but they're all going to have to come back to one set of information in terms of what they have to design to. And it seems like if you don't put this on the documents, you could wind up with, you know, a curtain wall manufacturer looking at this and analyzing it one way and having design pressures, and you could have a Hardy manufacturer or metal panel, you know, their engineers coming back with completely different numbers, where if I mean, with pressures, they could see it differently. They could wind up making mistakes. It could be, you know, but if it's done once and they're all working from the same diagrams, then you should expect to see the same kinds of results. I'm really hesitant. I feels like they thought this through when they put this in here, and I'm just not comfortable taking it out because of, you know, it's either inconvenient or expensive to do. The owner's going to have to pay for it one way or the other, whether it's the engineer of record of the building or it's a delegated design professional.
Yeah.
It just,
I think one of the biggest concerns that the SEAO committee had, and we don't have Eric on to speak to this, was, you know, if we tell them what the design pressure is, are we owning part of their liability for their system if it fails? And so I think that's a, you know, part of a delegated design system is they own their system. And if, you know, we give them part of that design, you know, calculations, you know, are we now owning part of that? Amit, I see you've got your hand raised. Feel free to jump in.
Yeah, this is Amit Kumar with the City of Portland, a structural engineer with SEAO. So I think it's not a matter of being inconvenienced or anything else in here. I think it just adds a lot of complexity if you ask an engineer of record to show all this information. I think, like Seth was mentioning, it is pretty complicated design. You know, it varies with element to element. So for a curtain wall, for example, a mullion may be designed for a different load based on its tributary area that's being assigned to it. A connection may have a totally different design load on it. So it's basically the drawings are showing what the basic wind design is to be, these elements are to be designed for. And then the engineer who's designing these elements then takes it from there. So they have the basic information, what they need to use to design. And like you said, for a metal build, for a metal panel manufacturer, it may be a different load that it has to be designed for. The basic wind speed is the same, but the loading depends on what element you're designing. Glass that you design on that may be a different wind load on it. The mullion will be different. A connection would be different. And it also varies between where in the building it is. It's on, you know, depending on the building plan. and where in elevation it is. So there are lots of complications that go in that stuff, and creating one table or a map is very, very difficult and very, very, very complicated. And I would say go to the extent that this will add additional costs, because now the engineer of record has to create all these plans showing where all these different wind speeds are going. Whereas an engineer designing these would probably take that and then use that in his calculations without having to create all these drawings.
Yeah, and I'll add to that, because I have done this for 1 or 2 projects where the owner specifically requested it. But what ends up happening, like Amit says, some of these wind pressures are based on tributary area of elements. And so you end up making the most conservative assumption. And so therefore you end up pushing up the cost, potentially pushing up the cost of the system, because engineers are going to make assumptions, simplifications, because this is a lot of work. And so you're going to end up with, I think, higher design wind loads being shown on the drawings, and then therefore used for design. So you're going to add cost on the construction side because that's being dictated to the supplier, potentially.
I have another clarification question here, and I'm not trying to push this on one person or another. I'm just kind of thinking through the logic of this stuff. And I think construction documents aren't necessarily drawings. This is what I'd like to free up here, is that there are other ways of communicating the design information. And I have not done this structural engineering for a really long time, but it seems to me that there are some basic assumptions in the frame of the building that the structural engineer has to do to accumulate the loads and take them down to ground. And it seems like those are all done, from my knowledge, with calculations. There's a calculation documentation that does that. And to have that available to either the jurisdiction or these vendors gives them the ability to know how that frame's going to handle their system. So I think there's something here that needs to be talked about that transfers this assumption into the rest of the group. And I believe the EOR already has taken that. Plus, I think there's always language in review of submittals that keeps that liability from transferring between the two different entities. That, to me, is a legal issue that's not necessarily in the code. So I'm trying to figure out how to get the information to the jurisdiction for review so they can see it. And if that's going to be done by the EOR during submittal review, that's one thing. If it's going to be done, so the structural engineer within the department has to review it, and then they're going to need some more visibility.
Yeah, Eric, you're talking about those initial assumptions. Those are items 1 through 4, which I believe, and Amit can probably speak to this better. I know KPFF, we provide that in all of our projects, wind speed, risk category, exposure category, those initial assumptions based on the global building that we provide, that the designer needs to develop pressures in certain specific areas. Yeah, we want those to be consistent, and that's why those are provided in items 1 through 4. I know we do it on every project, and that's been in the code. I assume that you guys see that pretty consistently across the board on other projects.
Yeah, for the most cases, yeah. Maybe if not for some small projects, but in most cases, yes.
So, Seth, one of your comments was that this on a large building, this this makes sense, but on a smaller building, it might be a burdensome task. I'm wondering if, rather than striking this out, setting a scale threshold to it might be a compromise, right? If you have a building that's a high rise, or a building that's of a certain size, then it would trigger the requirements that it be part of the submittal documents.
Yeah, I think that would definitely be something more palatable to SEAO. One note is, as you get to bigger buildings, there's much more likely there's been a wind study done, which you definitely would want to provide that. And our standard of practice is when there is a wind study done, we provide that. We specifically provide the report, name and date, and it's provided with the drawings. But yeah, I think with a much bigger project, I think it's a much more palatable thing to take on as an EOR. and maybe it makes more sense. But those typical big projects are done by a curtain wall designer, and so it's usually one designer for everything. So I don't know what that threshold is, if that's what the committee decides to do, but I think that would definitely be better than requiring every little project.
Yeah, I mean, I could see this being a burden on a 2 or 3 story building, right? That's in the middle of an urban setting surrounded by other buildings where you just don't have the real high winds. But, when you get up to a high rise or, super high rise, then obviously we've got bigger issues and higher wind pressures to deal with.
So is there
I don't know
something
what
within
they-
ASCE that has the requirement for wind study when that kicks in?
Amit, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're never required to do a wind study. It's very advantageous once you get over a certain size building, but I don't think there's any trigger that requires a wind tunnel study.
Yeah, we've done a lot of high rises without them. I mean, we always recommend it to the client, but many of the clients are, they say, well, can I get it engineered without it? And the answer is yes. So
Yeah, on those high rises, it's pretty much almost a guaranteed 20% reduction in wind pressures, so or wind speeds. So, I don't want to speak for what SEO would potentially accept as a compromise. We were just concerned with this, added scope and a blanket applied to every project without kind of thinking about the downstream impacts to what that actually means. I don't think anyone really does this in practice unless specifically requested by a client. Like I said, I've done it once or twice, but we were specifically paid to do that. And it was a very owner specific request, but I don't think, Amit, you can jump in. You see way more projects than I do come across your desk. Does anyone do this?
No, nobody does. At this point, nobody sort of shows. They might show some corner zones and that kind of stuff on a plan, but not anything that would be beneficial. And I would probably just go back to the earlier comment about, it's easier on a high rise versus a smaller building. I think it gets even more complicated on a high rise, especially as the building plans, get complicated. It's not a simple rectangular building. You have all kinds of corners and, shapes that come into play, and it becomes very difficult to get all that information on a set of drawings in here. I think it adds more confusion. On a high-rise building, generally you have engineered professionals who are designing curtain walls and exterior cladding systems, and they should be very familiar with what the design, how to determine the wind pressures from the basic wind speeds using all the information here. So I don't think this is adding a whole lot, especially on high-rise buildings.
Yeah, Jeremy, I don't know if you did any research on the history of where this came in. The only thing that when we discussed internally, we could come up with of why this was added was for products such as, roofing materials that have a rated capacity, like it's rated for 40 pounds a square foot uplift, and to be able to blanket use that. One of the things that we did discuss and as a potential compromise is instead of providing a map of values across the entire face of the building, providing a maximum wall and roof pressure at any point in the building that you could use if you had a product. Now, it would be conservative and it would be noted as a maximum, but that's a potential compromise that, I could bring back to SEO as instead of mapping out the entire elevation of a building, which as Amit says, even with the bigger buildings, it gets extremely complicated. You could say, this is your maximum wall pressure. This is your maximum roof pressure. Now that gets more complicated. You have parapet conditions. And so we'd have to figure out exactly how detailed we want to get, but it's a pretty slippery slope.
Yeah, I just wanted to say real quick, the model code, IBC significant change publication. I did reach out to ACC on this one. Their book focuses on nailing patterns. And to me, the nailing patterns are already dialed in by the design professional, the engineer of record on the project. They're going to specify the detailed nailing patterns, you know, where the zones are, the limits, the dimensions, the requirements. That really has nothing to do with the pressures and the zones. So I think, I don't know if it was a building code action committee triggered change. I couldn't see any public proposals. Also, they just mentioned in general that people are a little confused on how to calculate component and cladding pressures in accordance with AIC 716. And so that this was an easier way. And maybe that's the issue, is that you got the contractors with their engineers and they're just, you know, they want it quick and easy to move forward, just because that's what's been done in the past. The wind pressures have been in the past have been fairly easy to grab, but now they're getting way more complicated. So.
Well, yeah, and that's why we get pushback all the time from owners and contractors saying this should be coming from the designers, not from us, right? We should be telling them what loads they have to design for on the building, right? When it is delegated.
Well, it sounds like Seth's proposal about providing that max for the uplift from the roof and the walls pressure, maybe that does meet for the smaller jobs, and the big stuff where they're doing curtain walls, you know, it's not about your nails.
Right. And it, I mean, if you gave a you know, a figure out a max, but left it open to them to provide engineering to show different loads, right? Then they could say, okay, yeah, we could design it to this worst case, or we could save a bunch of money and do the engineering and we'll wind up with smaller loads. It seems like that might be a compromise.
It's certainly a potential compromise that I think that would lighten the load on the ER, because it would be, you know, you're basically looking at those corner edge zones and you're putting a table. You're, you know, anytime you start adding sheets of drawings, you know, that adds a lot of scope. So if we can stick to keeping, you know, the kind of a format we have now, where it's a table in our general notes that we list a couple things, and, you know, add a line or two, I think that would be much more palatable to the structural engineering community. You know, we don't have Eric on as another representative. I'm just here as, you know, on the committee and as a structural engineer.
Well,
I think this gives a
modified
contract.
I'm sorry, Eric.
No, go ahead, Eric.
Well, I'm just looking at the 2024 revisions, and I know we're not really going to go there, but it not only they keep 5, but it added more information, and the reasoning was about roofs again. So we're getting into roofs again. And I'm just thinking, you know, this isn't going to go away the next code cycle. And I'm just wondering, can we hone this to just roofs? I mean, is this the problem? It's not really related to the exterior face. It's about
I think it's driven by roofs personally. I think it's the roofing guys and the roof ratings for wind uplift.
Yeah.
But I don't know that for a fact. That's my hunch.
But that's what the committee reasoning is. It's about roofs again in 2024. So they had it as a separate item number 6, and they pushed it back into 5, and they said just dimension it. Then they're adding the dimensional piece in there with the zoning, and they said we'll just put the dimensions on there. So
yeah,
I think if we had to maybe clarify this to roofs only, then it would probably help everybody.
Well, I gave Mike a heads up.
It certainly simplifies it. I don't know practically, you know, if roofs are getting, you know, stuff like roofing materials getting designed for different wind pressures. That's where, you know, listing the maximum pressure, you know, in those corner zones, you know, okay, if you meet this 40 PSF uplift, check your box. Now you know your roofing system's good. I don't think in most projects, or really many projects, the roofing system is changing based on the zones.
Well, but if they're doing a mechanically fastened system, then they definitely are. They're changing their fastener spacing in those zones compared to the middle portions of the building.
We're talking like a metal panel system.
No. Even just a single ply. If it's mechanically attached and not fully adhered, they will change their fastener spacing in those high pressure zones. In some cases, they'll even go to some type of anchorage bars that are out near the parapets and in the corners. And
I mean,
the roofers, I don't think the roofers are quite as reluctant on the delegated side as the cladding, the vertical designers are. Seems like most of the roofing people are, they're more used to this, I guess. They've been doing it a lot longer.
Yeah. And I'll make a note that, those figures look nice and clean on a rectangular building with most buildings with steps and roofs and stuff like that. That gets incredibly complex, and those aren't really great scaled. And you end up with a lot of your roof being those higher zones. So I don't think that, again, it's not super simple and it gets messy. It can certainly be done, but I just, I'm advocating for the structural engineers out there that, if it's as simple as providing a maximum, and if they want to do their own design to refine that and, reduce nail spacings or reduce, whatever it is, anchorage wise, I personally am much more okay with that than, creating pages of drawings to, show the wind zones. That probably won't make much of a difference because they're not going to, follow that particularly well.
But what if you took this back to SEO, and said to focus on roof and limit liability with maximums and provide some type of iteration with a delegated design professional? Is that something that you could do as opposed to striking this? Would that be something? I mean, we've talked about this a lot right now, and I'm just thinking that because we're talking about it so much, that it's not really an easy answer for the committee. And so I'm trying to figure out how to get a connection between SEAO and us in a deeper way. So
why don't I take this back to the committee, and we can punt this one until our next meeting, which I'm not sure, but
17th, yeah.
17th.
Can I ask a question on the number one where you guys are striking out that appears just to be a pointer? Is there a reason why we're striking that out on the item one?
Because we wanted to eliminate confusion. Jeremy and I talked about this. When we switched, it was 2 cycles ago, we switched from basically an allowable wind speed to a ultimate wind speed. And there's been a ton of confusion ever since because so many people are used to the old school method. The basic design wind speed is the ultimate design wind speed, which is in engineering jargon, LRFD level loads. The allowable wind speed is just a scaled version of that. And we want there, I guess, Jeremy, when we talked about it, the goal was to eliminate confusion in our documents. To be fully upfront, that's not a new item in the code. And KPFF our standard table only lists the ultimate design wind speed. I mean, I don't know if you've got any experience with this and can speak to it, but we only list the LRFD level wind speed.
Yeah, the one issue is that in the code, there are still tables that reference VASD, allowable stress design wind speed, for prescriptive fastening requirements. There's some in chapter 23, I think some in chapter 15 and others. The model code, I think, will eventually get rid of all of references to VASD eventually. It's just lagging right now. There's no path for a designer to design using VASD that I'm aware of for new construction. ASC 716 does not reference VASD at all. It's not a term in ASC 716. So It's basically a legacy term at this point, but it's still being referenced by ESR reports. Roofing materials manufacturers might still be tested based on VASD, things like that. So it is still something that the building official might want to weigh in on this specific item, whether or not you want to still see it on the plans, because that's what the model code, why the model code is requiring on the plans for facilitating plan review. But they can do a quick calculation per 160931. If somebody needs to check it, or just look at the table. It's a conversion table, or it's square root of 0.6 for a calculation.
It's literally just a scaling factor.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think, it's probably okay to just leave it in. Several designs, including like wood design, still uses ASD in there. And so, especially for plan reviewers who may not be structural engineers, it might be an easy thing for them to look at and say, yes, this is the right number to use. So yeah, it may not matter a whole lot, but it just seems like a simple thing to leave it in.
Like I said, it's a 30-second calculation to convert. So it's
right.
We're trying to
it is.
clarify. It's not about scope or effort from our end. It's really just trying to clean up confusion.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's easy.
Confusion.
Yeah, I think it's an easy calc for a structural engineer, but for somebody who doesn't know about this stuff, it might be. And like I said, I think like Jeremy mentioned, they still use ASD in different sections of the code and ICC reports, and also like wood design itself is most of the designs that we see is all based on ASD. So.
Yeah, I'm not going to have any heartburn if we leave it as is. We were just trying to clarify the, trying to eliminate confusion. Sorry, it's hailing. I'll mute.
So do we want to get a thumbs up on retaining with model code on item 1, or any other comments on that item 1? And then item 5, it sounds like it's going to be tabled for the next meeting. So item 1. Thumbs up for
Okay, with leave it in 1.
Okay, leaving it with model code. Okay, so did you catch that, Laura? And then item 5 in 160314, we're going to table. Seth's going to take that back to the SEAO code committee, and maybe more discussion with AIA or other architects that are dealing with this issue.
Yes.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that one? Or are you ready to move on to the next one? All right, 16-4, public proposal. 22-06, SEAO public proposal cleans up longstanding conflict between ASC 7 and IBC regarding structural analysis requirements. Go ahead, Seth.
Yeah, so this one, admittedly, this has been in the IBC for multiple cycles now, and it's basically conflicting language between ASC 7 and the IBC. And so what we went in and we did a cleanup of this, basically pointing to ASC 7. And this is all about how you're modeling lateral force resisting systems and diaphragms, and when you can do rigid diaphragm, when you can do flexible diaphragm. ASC 7's got all kinds of requirements for this based on a number of different things. So what we decided to do is to strike out some language and point directly to ASC 7. As a side note, I am working with another committee to make a very, very similar proposal to the 2024 IBC to get this cleaned up. That committee is actually what brought it to my attention. So we are basically preempting, hopefully, a future IBC correction.
Any thoughts from the committee members?
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, I don't see any issue.
Thumbs up, thumbs up. Okay, all thumbs up. Next item, 16-5. Risk categories of assembly spaces, model code change. Thanks, Laura, for pulling that up. Table 16045, risk category 3 now includes we've got mixed occupancy buildings with one or more assembly spaces that are not specifically for primary function, each with an occupant load greater than 300 are now designated risk category 3 when the total combined occupant load of those greater than 300 assembly spaces is greater than 2,500 total. So that came in as a public proposal from WABO, Washington Association of Building Officials. And then also the next bullet, you'll see group I4, institutional daycare facilities, is captured under that bullet with group E occupancies. Any thoughts from the committee?
Yeah, and I think this is just pushing more places with occupancy into risk category 3, which is a good thing. Honestly, my personal opinion is that there's even more buildings that we could push to risk category 3, but that's a much bigger topic.
Looks good to me.
Yeah.
Good addition.
Did they provide anything about cost impact? I mean, I don't have an issue with it. I was just curious. This.
Tony, do you see any costs? No?
No, I didn't. I can dig in a little bit.
Okay, we can come back to it if you find something
Yeah,
on the
we-
cost.
Sure.
I mean, from a structural standpoint, going to risk category 3 on a new building, the structural cost of a building is usually 10 to 20% of the total cost. The lateral system is usually less than 10% of that. So a slight increase, you're talking, a 0.25% or so of a select number of buildings. So I don't know how many buildings are captured by this new bullet point, but it's a pretty small cost. But there is some.
Seth, do you know if there's a definition of public assembly versus just straight assembly? I'm assuming that public assembly would then not include churches or private dance places or something.
ASC 7 only has assembly. So I don't know if the IBC clarifies public versus just regular assembly.
I am not aware.
I don't know. Amit, do you know?
No, we have always treated any assembly spaces as public assembly. So maybe, I don't know if there's a way to clarify that in this particular here, but
Do we want to
that's
just
how.
drop public?
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to, you just want to drop public in this bullet point and just say assembly spaces, one or more assembly spaces in the 2 locations public appears, if we think that's going to cause confusion.
It is very interesting on the bullet point above the highlighted one. It's like whose primary occupancy is public assembly. It's so like definitive. I don't know why they did that. That's ICC, right? I mean, assembly is assembly. Why
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, is this as opposed to a private assembly space?
Right. Yeah.
And I don't know what that looks like.
The buildings don't know.
Yeah, the only time we kind of have that designation is with accessibility. There's talks about.
Right. Unless there's a background for a definition for it, I don't see how its value, but.
Yeah. It's not marked such that there is a definition either.
A quick check through the code shows that it's only used in chapter 16 in that context, public assembly.
So maybe we just scratch out public and use what the rest of the code uses.
To that end, I would even strike the public in the phrase before, because it would be.
So they're consistent.
So they're consistent, yeah.
Yeah.
So any other discussion on this, or can we do a thumbs up for striking public from table 16045 for public assembly? Okay, you got that, Laura?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks.
I don't
Next
know the whole
item.
I don't know the whole table, Seth, Jeremy, because in item 4, there's a public utility facilities. So I probably want to
Sorry.
keep that
Yeah,
public.
just the term public assembly. Let's change that to
Yeah.
this.
thank
Yeah.
you. Sorry.
Yeah.
All right, 16-6, matrix item 1605, load combinations. This is a model code change. This is basically one of many model code changes in the 21 IBC with the intent to harmonize the code provisions with ASC 716 and any other reference standards. This one specifically now points to ASCE 7 now for all the load combinations, whereas before the IBC captured them. So we had some duplicative load combination provisions in the IBC and ASCE 7. So now we just have the pointer to ASCE 7 with some exceptions, and then an alternative legacy load combinations listed that we've always had before. So any thought, I open it up to the committee for any discussion or.
This is good. Structural engineers hate that it's in both places.
Any other thoughts? And thumbs up or thumbs
Into me.
down? Okay, thumbs up. Thank you. 16-7 dead loads. This is section 1606 IBC modification. The weights of vegetative roofs, photovoltaic panel systems, and fixed services equipment for design purposes have now been explicitly described, whereas they weren't before for dead load requirements. This is kind of a cleanup of intent.
Yeah, codifying what good engineers are already doing.
Right. Any thoughts, discussion on this one? Thumbs up, thumbs down, good. All right, looks like thumbs up. 16-8, solar ready roofs, 1606.4.1. There's a public proposal, OSSC 22-07, which also works in tandem with 22-11, 20-15, requires solar ready roofs to include, the proposal shows including an additional 5 PSF dead load over solar ready zone of the roof for gravity and lateral design of the building. This one is going to also be discussed when we get to chapter 31. BCD recommended a specific pointer in this section to 3111 instead of redundantly capturing the 5 PSF dead load, but Seth can talk about the proposal. And we can
Yeah,
look at
I mean,
this
I
one.
took a stab at writing this, and we kind of tweaked how we were formulating or basically locating some of the information, but the intent is maintained with the edits that Jeremy's showing. So SEO is on board with the tweaked version of their proposal. It's basically just requiring the engineer to account for the mass of this future solar system.
Can I just throw out a question? Maybe that it's not it might be better when you get to the solar ready roofs later, or the work in chapter 31. But when I read through that proposal about the 5 PSF dead load, that made perfect sense to me if you don't know what's going on there. But all of the language that I was reading all was related to PV systems. And would solar ready not also include potentially a hydronic system, which would certainly be more than 5 PSF? And was there any discussion about that?
What we discussed internally is, when we're asked to have by a client to have a roof that's solar ready, we always say, okay, what weight do you want us to design for? And 99.9% of the time that we get back, it's 4 to 5 PSF. So we recommended 5 PSF. Obviously, there are systems that are heavier, but we wanted to provide some guidance to the engineer who may not have dealt with that before of what they should be doing. Amit, go for it. So you got your hand up.
I said, yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with what you're saying on that issue. My only concern, and I don't know if it is, we were earlier talking about, what needs to be shown on the drawings themselves. is maybe we need to have something on the drawings that these roofs were designed for only 5 PSF solar load on them. Because like Eric was mentioning, you do get sometimes systems like ballasted roofs, for example, ballasted systems that may have a higher load that they need to be designed for. So, in future, if somebody wants to install a solar system, they know what load the roof was designed for initially anyway. So is it something that we want to put on the drawings, what the load these roofs were designed for?
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think it should be documented somewhere, somehow, that the roof was designed for 5 pounds a square foot or whatever it was designed for.
When we get to chapter 31, you will see that the last sentence for roof loads and documentation is that it does require, part of the draft language that we have so far, that the structural design loads for roof dead load and roof live load shall be indicated on the CDs specific to solar ready. And also just be aware that the language right now says a collateral dead load of not less than 5 PSF shall be included in the gravity and lateral design calculations for the solar ready zone. So that's what we're pointing to, which is aligning with the 2021 IECC, the International Energy Conservation Code. Also be aware that the hydronic systems we did bring up, because the IECC does mention those. We've reached out to our energy group to confirm with the executive order whether or not hydronic systems would be captured on the intent of the executive order for solar ready. So that's still being discussed. I think it'll be discussed at the committee level as well, if I'm not mistaken, Tony. So kind of for these I guess chapter 31 will be heavily looked at, and maybe this might not be the time to get into that right now, but just to make sure that the pointers work for everybody right now.
No, I think that works for me. It's if you went with the worst case, then every roof would be getting this racked up higher design that they'd have to do, and that would add more costs. So I think I'm comfortable with this.
And this 160641 specifically says that dead load is required for the gravity design. And then you'll see later when we get to the pointer for the seismic section, that specifically says for the seismic design. And we can talk more about that when we get there.
Okay.
All right. Any other thoughts on that one? Any thumbs up or more discussion? Okay. Thank you. Next item, 16-9, table 1607.1, the minimum uniformly distributed live loads table, the minimum concentrated live loads table, IBC. So this one got cleaned up at the model code level. They had 12 footnotes that they took out. So we had, I think, A through O originally, and now there's just A, B, and C. So a bunch of the footnotes, 12 of the footnotes got struck, were removed, and captured under specific provisions within 1607. For example, when I gave footnotes I, J, and K are now captured by section 1607.22 for residential attics. And then there's a long-standing Oregon amendment, past SEO proposal that they recommend retaining, is captured under items 31, 29, 31, and 36. I'll open up to the for discussion.
Jeremy, the only other one that I've always wished was in there is mechanical rooms. There's not really a great pointer in ASC 7 or the IBC about rooms that just have mechanical equipment or maintenance access only. A lot of times they get designed for a live load that's way bigger than what's ever going to be in there, because there's never more than 2 or 3 people in that room at any point. Because often the equipment itself is designed as a dead load because it's anchored to the slab, and so designing it for 60 or 80 PSF is extremely excessive. So that's the only other one that I can think of. We didn't write a proposal on it, mostly because I forgot. But that's the one I had in my notes today when it came to live loads.
Maybe you could draft something up, run it by the SEO code committee for the next
Certainly.
meetings we have. Does that work for everybody? No?
Mhm.
Good. Any other?
Seth, would you be able to put a comma on that and say equipment platforms?
Yeah, rooms or platforms. Mhm.
Thank you.
I know there is a like a catwalk one, but that's specifically like stuff hung from the roof above. But yeah, that's a good addition.
Any other thoughts, concerns? Good, thumbs up? All right. Rope descent systems, 16-10 light item on the matrix, 1607.11.4 is the section. ABC modification for alignment with the new regulations adopted by OSHA in 2017. Rope descent systems anchorage has been added to the section on fall rest and lifeline anchorage. Also, requirements for the design of the horizontal lifeline anchorage have been added to ensure that the designer considers increased forces associated with the horizontal geometry. Any concerns with that? Any thoughts with that model code addition?
For
Thumbs
safety
up?
is good. Yeah. Mhm.
All right, looks like thumbs up. Next item, 16-11. And Tony or anybody else, let me know if there needs to be costs. I haven't thought about costs going through any of these line items. 16-11, occupiable roofs. This is a BCD proposed amendment for clarification in 1607-1422. And the intent on this is correct a model code misalignment. There's no path right now to reduce live loads on areas of roofs used for assembly purposes in 1607-12. Yet this model code section specifically says, or for assembly or other purposes, you can go to 1612 for live load reduction. So our recommendation was to strike that language and clean it up. So now it's areas of occupiable roofs other than those used for assembly purposes, such as vegetative landscape and marquees, are permitted to have their uniformly distributed live loads reduced in accordance with 1607-12. Clean up clarification on what's already been required and is still required under the 21 IBC. We just saw it as potentially a model code miss. Open up to the committee for discussion. Thoughts?
Yeah, we went through these. I think it's good clarification. I don't know if it's been an issue for plan reviewers like I meant in the past, but
We've had the question several times from plans examiners, structural reviewers, that it's been an issue where designers are trying to.
I'm good with it. Yeah, looks like a good change.
All right, I see thumbs ups. Thank you. Item 1612, fixed ladder live load, IBC model code addition to 1607-17, fixed ladders. Live loads for fixed ladders and ship ladders have been added to IBC with reference to ASCE 7 for more specific associated design provisions. So the designers are going to have to use both code and ASCE 7 on this item, but it's just a model code addition for clarification on the requirements. Any concerns, thoughts on this one? Thumbs up. Okay, next item, 16-13, snow load modifications to ASCE 7, 1608.2. These are just our existing Oregon amendments, which added modifications to ASCE 7 to align with model code while capturing our longstanding Oregon specific snow load requirements for minimums throughout section 1608.2. SEO does recommend retaining these amendments.
We did a lot of work last time to get this all in alignment, so I don't think there's any changes that are needed this time. I think it all looks good.
Yeah, it seemed like we saw all these last cycle.
Yep. Similarly with item 16-14 for the site-specific snow load study in 16083. Aligns with the historic SEAO snow load analysis for Oregon for a site-specific snow load study. Same issue, thumbs ups. All right, we're done with snow, into wind. 16-15. Items or section 1609.1.1 determination of wind loads. We have existing Oregon amendments here that capture our Oregon specific wind loading criteria. And then we have a public proposal OSSE 22-08. And in 1609, well, let's stick with this. I think this item covers 16-15 covers both 1609.11 and 1609.2, so we can discuss it all together. So it's public proposals 2208 and 2209. Seth, if you want to jump in specifically just to talk through this and some of the cleanup.
This is basically for the most part, it's a carryover with a couple wordsmithing cleanups that were missed last time. Basically Oregon has its own wind. I don't want to say it has its own wind maps, but it has, instead of the countrywide wind maps, it's got the table that just lists by county with the basically rounded to the maximum wind speed per county. So this is updating the pointers just as they were in 19 OSSC with a couple wordsmithing cleanups. And then the only other thing is we moved a amendment that was put in the wrong spot before for site-specific wind speeds. This one right here. This is now in the wind section where it belongs. It was mistakenly put in the earthquake section last cycle, so it was easily missed. Yeah, I don't think there's really anything. Number 10, OSC 2210 is a little bit different, but up until that point, I think it's pretty straightforward. It's just to carry forward with some tweaks, editorial.
And you'll see some changes with the original proposals, compared to what you're seeing here. The green is the, just if I haven't mentioned already, the green is the public proposal language incorporated into the code. And then that lighter blue or royal blue is any Oregon amendment that is new compared to the last cycle. And then the darker blue is past code amendments brought in. In the public proposals, Laura, if you go back up to 1609.11 item. Further. 6 there, wind tunnel tests. I think the public proposal recommended item 7 there, but we, Seth and I talked and it just made more sense to align with pulling that into 1609.2 as a modification to ASC 7.
Just placing it where it makes sense.
Right. So I'll open up to the committee for any thoughts, discussion on these recommended changes. Thumbs up.
Yeah.
Thumbs downs. Thumbs ups. Okay. Next, 16-16 matrix item. This is capturing section 16093 basic design wind speeds, the figure 1609.3 and the table 1609.3. Public proposal 2208, like Seth mentioned, captures the cleanup item. There you see in green the last sentence added to 1609.3. And then we have existing Oregon amendments in figures and tables that just capture our unique Oregon wind speed criteria that Seth already discussed. So if there's any discussion on public proposal 2208 specific to exposure categories deletion, Seth, you can talk about that, surface roughness, and then also this last sentence that points directly to the special wind region.
Yeah.
Figure.
So the whole surface roughness, all that crossed out, you see, that's another area. For some reason, the IBC felt it necessary to copy large swaths of ASC 7 into the IBC several cycles ago, which just creates confusion. It is literally word for word identical. So we've eliminated those and just pointed straight back to ASC 7, shortening our code and creating less confusion for engineers. And then the other one, special wind regions.
Yeah, it's that last
Yes.
sentence.
Oh, yeah, the figure. It was implied before, but the table which tells you what the values are, the figures needed to determine where the special wind regions actually occur. And in reality, you have to go to the electronic version because the entire state of Oregon's on half of an 8x11 page. So from a code path standpoint, we needed to look at the figure.
I'm just wondering, the pointer to ASCE 7, does it make sense to make that pointer a little bit more definitive in terms of where in ASCE 7?
Yeah, Jeremy, we went back and forth on that, didn't we?
Yeah, some parts of the code are very specific. Model code is very specific. Some parts of the code, they point to chapters. Sometimes they just point to ASCE 7. So it's up to the committee. It could be potentially just kind of a maintenance issue because they keep fiddling with ASCE 7, but it's up to the committee.
Yeah, I would,
if you want to be more
caution
specific
about getting too detailed. I'd be okay adding a chapter 26 because that's unlikely to change. But yeah, anytime we get down to section point number,
I wasn't thinking that. I know, as you said, in other parts of the code that there's slightly more specific reference so that it's not implied that somehow you'd have to go through the entire ASCE 7 to find this.
And I think also in other standards, not necessarily ASC 7, but and in the PA 30, there are specific targeted locations within that standard that this building code wants you to look at, where we're using I've already pointed to ASC 7 and its holistic ability in many other parts of the code. I don't think we have a fear or a worry about misinterpreting the application of ASC 7 on design work. So to me, it's okay to be general here. So I support that.
Well, let me.
Any other thoughts?
It works for me.
Yeah, I'm fine either way.
Sounds good. So thumbs up on this item. Okay. Next item, 16-17, exposure category.
This is part of the same
idea. OSSC public proposal 22-10, 1609.4, same thing we just discussed.
Yep, it's all part of the same concept. There are paragraphs copied verbatim out of ASC 7 that we're just pointing to instead of copying.
And again, it looks like it's a generic pointer just to ASC 7. Thumbs ups. 16-18, section 1610.1. And Tony, anybody interrupt me? I don't know the break schedule, so just feel free to interrupt me.
Terry, do you still have the 12:45 meeting?
That's only when we meet on Thursdays.
Just Thursdays. Got it.
Okay, so yeah, Eric, anybody interrupt me when the scheduled break needs to happen. So 16-18 on the light item is specific to soil loads and hydrostatic pressures. Section 1610.1, lateral pressures. Oregon amendment explicitly requires addresses an increase in lateral pressure where retaining wall supports an ascending backflow slope or ascending backfill slope. SEO recommends retaining this amendment. Any thoughts, concerns on this one? No. Okay, thumbs ups. Okay. 16-19 in section 1610.2, there's a new model code additional language specifically addressing hydrostatic or expansive soil uplift forces that they need to be included in the design of slab on grade and foundations where applicable. This is kind of one where it is specifically addressing a sited path for a design that may not have been specifically addressed before, but I'm assuming it was done by most engineers. Any thoughts, discussion on this one?
Helpful
Makes
in
sense.
solving problems we've been having. Yes, thank you.
My hope is that this was already being done.
Okay, all thumbs up, I see. Next item, 16-20, design rain loads. In section 1611.1, the model code did some cleanup to align and be consistent with ASCE 7 provisions for rain load design. And then the longstanding Oregon amendment in there in that's below removes the rainfall rates language, and we have our own specific Oregon map there that addresses the or captures the model code map, which is from the plumbing code we found out. Any thoughts on these design rain load changes?
I don't see any fiscal impacts.
Yeah, this is mostly clarification cleanup. All right, thumbs ups, thumbs downs. Thumbs up. Next item, 16-21. That's that figure that we just talked about. Oregon replaces the model code figures, captures the same intent. Sound like that was a thumbs up already. And 16-22, 1612.3, existing Oregon amendment. This is just a BCD clarification in the past to align with our Oregon administrative rules for establishment of flood hazard areas. Pointing it out, committee looks like thumbs up. Yep. Okay. Next item, flood hazard documents in 1612.4. So there's some model code changes to this. Includes a flood emergency plan in accordance with Chapter 6 of ASCE 7 or ASCE 24 to be submitted with the CDs. And in coastal high hazard and coastal A zones requires a statement on the CDs regarding how the design of breakaway walls are addressed in accordance with ASCE 24. So some new specific requirements for the design professional for flood hazard documentation. Thumbs ups. Yep. Okay. Next item, 16-24. In section 1613.1.1, BCD is proposing this amended language, this new added subsection. You already addressed or looked at chapter 8, section 808 in the past and saw that pointer to this subsection. And now you're seeing what this subsection states. It's an attempt to provide more specific code path for the prescriptive seismic design requirements for these suspended acoustical tile or land panel ceiling systems. And we're also going to be working on the statewide code interpretation to make this path more linear. It's kind of been a struggle in the past, and we're just trying to line things up and make it a clean sided path for these systems.
So it's what we're already doing, correct?
Correct.
For the most part, yeah.
So this one specifically is pointing to, so 1613 addresses all non-structural systems. So 1613 already, like you said, Terry, requires a designer to go to ASCE 7 to design the ceiling system. And then in there, it points to 13562, 13563. So we're just getting specific pointers to those sections. And then we added this one exception to the bottom here. Suspended acoustical tile or lay and panel ceiling areas less than or equal to 144 square feet, enclosed by walls or soffits that are laterally braced to the structure above. And that just captures the exception that's in ASCE 7 previous to the suspended ceiling hardening design, prescriptive design section. So
can I just this language is a little bit confusing to me, and I'm just wondering if what you're saying is that the walls or soffits have to be laterally braced to the structure above, or the suspended acoustic tile or lay-in panel ceiling has to be laterally braced to the structure above, because I can read that either way. Or is it both?
Yeah, the walls or soffits have to be braced to the structure above, and the ceilings. That's my understanding, right, Tony?
So Eric Pressman, you're just requesting a sentence structure alignment to intent, and that because the length of it is such that you could refer back to the object to different pieces, it's caused a little bit of confusion. So it's just the exception that you're talking about, right? Not the
Yes, because
yeah.
When I read that, it could mean that the suspended acoustic tile or lay-in ceiling panel, if it's less than 144 square feet, enclosed by walls or soffits that are laterally braced to the structure above, if that laterally braced refers to the ceiling tile or the walls or soffits, because you can read that either way.
Yeah, so a simple revision on the sentence would be right after the parenthetical meter squared, you say provided that the enclosed, you could just put some language right between the parenthetical and enclosed to say provided that, and then it would defer only to the walls and soffits being laterally braced. And you would clean up the lateral brace reference to either of the two nouns before. It's just a sentence problem. It's not, we see the.
No, I agree. It just,
Right.
I would like to not have it ambiguous.
Me too.
How about, so suspended acoustical tile lay and panel ceiling areas less than or equal to 144 square feet, enclosed by walls or soffits, provided that the walls or soffits are laterally braced to the structure.
That would work too. Yep, that would work as well. Sure.
Or
the intention is a consistent load path.
Yeah, the structural engineers will like that.
We know that, but the
It's
sentence has to know that, right?
it's a lot easier to brace the walls and soffits than the ceiling.
How about Tony, we could work on some language, bring it back at the next meeting just to make sure that the committee here is okay with the language that you guys are requesting.
Yeah, unless Laura's able to do it on the fly. I think she's got it up.
Yeah, will you say that again?
Go for it, Jeremy.
Oh, where was I? Suspended acoustical tile or lay and ceiling area is less than or equal to 144 square feet, enclosed by walls or soffits. So that captures the first portion, provided that the walls or soffits are laterally braced to the structure above. And I don't know if there's a better way to shorten it or.
I think that meets the intent of the sentence structure problem. I don't see any reason to make it tighter at this point.
We need
make it tighter next version.
Walls.
What was that, Seth?
Between that and walls, we need provided that the walls.
Yeah, right after provided that, Laura added the
Why not
walls.
that?
Provided that the walls or soffits.
Perfect.
It's clear now.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Yeah. So, and then we don't know if the suspended ceiling interp will be ready for committee to look at. It will definitely be going to the board for their review. But Tony, that's my understanding, is we're not sure if they might get a chance to look at it before the last committee meeting. We're not sure yet.
Yeah. Yep. So we're hoping to have it ready for committee to review, and either way, it's going to be available to the board. But hopefully, we get it done in time for the committee to take a look at it. And as we're rolling along here, so we're about 1:15. How's at the pleasure of the committee? What are we looking at for taking a break, lunch break? We want to keep going. Is this a good time to break?
I was looking at all the 16 chapters, and there's a lot of amendments that are coming up, but the way we're working through it, it's going to be another 2 hours before we get to the end of that. So I don't know. It seems like it's open. page break might be another way to do it. Where are we right now, Jeremy? What number are we on?
16-25. The next item.
Yeah, if we go to 26 to 27, we could break it page break. So just do 26 and then stop.
That works.
Sound good? All right, here we go. 16-25. Section 1613.2.1 mapped acceleration parameters, existing Oregon amendment. We just provided a link to ATC hazards by location tool for determination of site-specific mapped acceleration parameters. Thumbs ups. Okay, photovoltaic panel systems, 16-26 in section 1613.3. Laura, can you zoom into Tad? I'm
No.
having trouble seeing the screen.
Oh, wait, people heard me. Sorry.
So photovoltaic panel systems, we have a public proposal OSSC 22-11 from the SCAO code review community. Intent is to coordinate the photovoltaic panel systems for ballasted, rigidly attached, and those new solar ready zone requirements. So Seth, you want to go ahead and explain this one?
Yeah, this is just really pointing out the obvious, but for stuff that's rigidly attached to your roof, you have to account for its mass in the seismic design of the structure below. Silly things that we have to say in the code because, well, there's people who tried to skirt it. And then the solar ready below, that's kind of the parallel to the adding the 5 PSF for the gravity design of the roof. You also need to include it in the seismic design of your structure. On wood roofs, that could have an impact. Light roofs on a PT slab, not going to make a difference, but on a lighter roof, the 5 PSF dead load in your seismic mass does make a difference.
One other thing to point out on this is that the IUCC uses the language lateral load, has to be used for the lateral load. We specifically recommended adding the word seismic or replacing lateral with seismic design, just so that, because there are no code provisions specific to wind for these solar ready areas. And we didn't want the design professional to mistakenly use that dead load in a load combination to resist overturning or whatnot from a wind event scenario or uplift. Any thoughts, discussions on this item?
Good.
Thumbs ups. Sounds good. Thank you. So with that, we have a break. Did you say 45 minutes? Or half hour? What was
At the pleasure of the committee, however long you'd like to take.
45, I vote for 45.
45.
All right, sounds good. We'll see everybody back just after 1.
Right. It looks like everybody's back for the most part here from lunch. Hope you had a good lunch. One thing I wanted to clarify very quickly, just loop back on that we mentioned was regarding the suspended ceiling interp, the existing one. So what we kind of brushed over that. So we intend to just clarify. We're editing it, reducing some confusion, aligning the existing interp with those pointers that the committee's been seeing, throughout the code. So I just wanted to note that real quick here before Jeremy gets started. And we're hoping to have that, again, it's an existing interp. So we're hoping to have that just to share as a communication item with the committee. But generally speaking, during code adoption processes, we'll cover any associated scientific and technical facts of existing statewide alternate methods under the code, the governing code that's being considered for that adoption. And then we also just generally cover those interps as a communication item. So just wanted to clarify that. As always, if there's any questions, please let me know. With that, I'll turn it back over to Jeremy. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. All right, we are on matrix item 16-27, which captures mini sections. These are all modifications to ASC 7, all existing organ amendments. SEAO recommend retaining all of these. And so section 1613.4, 1613.4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, 4.5, 4.6, 4.6.1, 4.6.2, 4.7. Sorry, looks like there's that green. Can you go back to that green? Oh, wait, you're 1613. Never mind. 1613, 4.7.1, 4.7.2, 4.7.3, 4.7 or 4.8, 4.9, 4.10, 4.11. And the first one that is different. So all of those are recommended to retain existing organ amendments that were proposed in the past by SEAO. I don't know if anybody has any thoughts on those all the way through section 1613.4.10. I'll open it up for a committee discussion.
Yeah, and most of those are carryover from many cycles.
Right.
I think last time there was some wordsmithing of a couple of them, but yeah, most of those have been around quite some time before my involvement. So I don't think
you
there's anything
guys
exciting to discuss.
And you guys still support those, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah, sounds good.
I think we're the author of most of them.
There.
If we go to section 1613.4.11, Laura. And these section numberings have been tweaked a little bit. Sorry, now it's 1613.4.12. It looks like this is intended to align with the suspended ceiling discussion we just had with ASC 7's coordination with the IBC on prescriptively designed suspended ceiling systems. This is a modification that you see here in 1613.4.12, item C. It's an additional item. And it's been in the it was in the 19 OSSC and it was worded differently. I don't have that language in front of me. Or I don't know if you can pull up the 19 OSSC language for this item C. We recommended modifying it because of misapplication that's been happening that we're seeing from code structural reviewers on this item. And just real briefly, so like we said before, 1613 sends you to ASC 7 for non-structural design. So architectural components such as ceiling systems pushes you to ASC 7, chapter 13. And in there, for seismic design categories D through F, it forces you to design in accordance with ASTM E580, section 5. And in that section 5, it basically triggers what's called, they call it lateral force bracing, I believe. I can't remember the exact language, but in there, so that trigger to require the lateral force bracing provisions for the splay wires and the vertical struts. There's an exception that if you're under 1,000 square feet, you're exempt from those specific provisions. So in this section, so can you zoom in a little, Laura, on the existing language? So for ceiling areas exceeding 1,000 square feet, horizontal restraint shall be provided. And so that I guess, has been misleading, that people think they're out of seismic design provisions for these systems altogether as soon as they are under 1,000 square feet. And that's not the intent. The intent is so we've got new language for ceiling areas exceeding 1,000 square feet. Horizontal restraint of the ceiling to the structure system shall be provided.
Isn't that the same thing?
Sorry, I'm not seeing the.
What do you do if it's less?
Whoops.
Yeah, is this the same change that we wrapped up? This looks different than what I remember seeing on the latest one. Tony, do you remember where we were at on this?
Yeah, I don't. That is the same language between the two there, and it wasn't reflecting what we were trying to capture. So let me,
Yeah, we did some new language in the document and I'm not seeing it here. What's in front of me.
I'll see what I can do. I'll try to pull it up here.
Can I ask what may be a really obvious question, but it may not be to somebody who walks in with this? Is that a 1,000 square foot of continuous ceiling in one space, or is that any building that has over 1,000 square feet of lay-in ceiling that might be 6 different rooms that cumulatively add up to 1,000 square feet?
Yeah, my understanding is that it's the ceiling area with perimeter detailing as required by the prescriptive application, that you have to have that perimeter all the way around. And so that this 1,000 square feet is for that area that you're complying with to meet that prescriptive application. So it's not the full building or whatever, unless that's all you have. But my understanding is
it's a continuous area.
Right.
Okay. And that's how I would read it, but I just.
Yeah, that's how I'd read it too, Eric.
And maybe we can go to the next one after. I'm gonna see if we can come back to this one on item 1613.412, because I think we did have a change there. We wanted to run past the committee, but it looks like it might be in a different section. So
I have it.
Okay. And I think, Laura, the 1613.49 here, I thought it was going into section 1613.415.
So I was wondering about that. Do you put these in order of section in ASC 7?
No, that's not going to go into chronological. We talked about that. I think there was some folks that wanted to put this in kind of a chronological alignment with ASC 7, but the problem is the model code doesn't do that. And then anytime we add something, it creates a little bit of confusion if we tried to do that. But up to the committee or SEAO representation, if you want to rearrange these sections to align with in chronological order with the ASC 7 sections.
I mean, it would be nice in some regards, but we've got a long-standing history of the order of these. So I think it'll be harder to find. There's not that many of them. And we're pretty clear up front, modify section blog, the number. So I don't see any reason to go through the effort.
Okay, so the language I'm seeing, looks like, Laura, you're working on it.
Huh?
Ceiling areas of 1,000 square feet or less shall be exempt from the lateral force bracing requirements of ASTM E580, section 5.2.8. So the clarification there of saying exempt in accordance with ASTM E580, section 5.2.8 is to explain that you're still subject to all of section 5. ASC 7, section 135622 requires you to comply with section 5 throughout of ASTM E580. And this little exception here is just getting you out of this one subsection 5.2.8. So it's a clarification. Sorry about that.
It makes a lot more sense. Yeah, because the lead in of 2.2 says section 5.
Right.
So this would be a very small subset of that.
Right. Right. So you still have to meet your detailing provisions around the perimeter and things like that, but you're not having to comply with this specific subsection of 5.2.8. Any thoughts on any of these existing? That 1613.49 in green there is the next item that we'll be discussing, but that's a public proposal. And I believe Paul Auerbach, who submitted that public proposal, is on the line, but we'll talk about that after we make sure there's no other comments on these other sections or this BCD proposed amendment to
And I'm
1613.
assuming that the white paper that you're working on will have this clarification in there also, correct? Yeah.
Yes, everything's intended to tie in and align and talk.
Yeah. No, that works.
So Chairman, just an administrative question on what we're putting thumbs up to. This is the entirety of 16-27, is that correct?
Yeah, let me see if the OSSC 22-12.
Yeah, that's a standalone item after this.
That's a new proposal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's correct. Yeah, that's item 1628. So yes, everything in here is item 16-27 on the matrix that you'll be giving a thumbs up on. So thumbs ups. Okay, great, thank you. So item 16-28, public proposal to modify ASC section 12.3.3. Paul Auerbach, structural reviewer from City of Gresham, I think is here to speak on this one. Paul.
Hey, Jeremy, thanks. What this one is about is, so the code requires when you have a discontinuous shear wall or brace frame or whatever it may be, resisting lateral load, if it doesn't continue all the way down to the foundation and it's supported on gravity structure, the code requires that gravity structure to be designed for the seismic overstrength factor. And and there is a there has long been in ASCE 7 a very unfortunate, poorly conceived figure in the commentary, which we have found in Gresham as well as in the city of Portland. Applicants were misinterpreting to think that it meant that if you had a wood framed building, although you had to design the columns and the beams supporting the discontinuous shear wall for the overstrength factor, you didn't have to design the connections between the beams and the columns for that overstrength factor, which it just doesn't even make any sense from a load path structural engineering standpoint. But there was just a really bad text leader and a really bad figure in the commentary that people were misinterpreting. And finally, in ASCE 722, they are fixing it. They're changing that figure so that it's absolutely clear that it doesn't matter whether you have a wood building or any other material. Everything in that load path of gravity structure that is supporting a discontinuous shear wall has to be designed for the seismic overstrength factor. So the beam and the columns and the connections between the beam and the columns. So, but since this code cycle of the OSSC is still going to be based on ASCE 716, we wouldn't be getting that clarification. And so the intent of this amendment is to get that clarification pulled in now rather than whenever we adopt ASCE 722. Hope that made sense. Seth?
Yeah, your intent I totally agree with. And I'm looking for the figure in 722 right now because I have the page proofs, but maybe I'll find that in a bit. I think there is the other issue of how far you have to follow that down. And I totally agree. The connection of the wall, the discontinuous wall to the slab or the beam or whatever it is, absolutely needs to be designed for overstrength. And if people aren't, they're not very good engineers. That's a whole nother story.
Wait, let me hang on. The connection of the wall to the beam does not have to be designed for overstrength. The beam has to be designed for overstrength. The columns have to be designed for overstrength, and the connection between the beam and the columns has to be designed for overstrength. Just to clarify.
The beam.
Like if you have a plywood shear wall, the hold downs don't have to be designed for omega. The beam and the columns have to be designed for omega, and the connections between the beam and the columns have to be designed for omega.
The hold down itself, but if it was anchored into, if it was for some reason a post-installed anchor into a concrete beam, I think that's where we need to clarify is where it stops and where it ends. I have I'm sketching a figure because I started this before realizing I do have page proofs that I'm looking through.
So if you're
Well-
anchoring to a concrete beam, you have to, the anchor, the hold down itself would not necessarily have to be designed for Omega. But if you did if you did an anchor embedded in the concrete, as opposed to maybe something that like went through the concrete with a bearing plate on the bottom, then you would be forced to design that anchor for Omega by ACI 318.
Yep, agreed.
But not by ASCE 7.
I think it's also an ASC 7, but yes, I think we are in agreement. But then how far do you follow that overstrength down?
So so you're right. So that's hitting, you're kind of taking it to a whole different level where that I'm not trying to even address that in this amendment. Like, I'm just talking about like the one beam and like, if you look at that figure in ASCE 7, all I'm talking about is the one beam and the two columns that discontinuous shear wall is sitting on. And I'm just trying to clarify the connections between the beam and the columns. There is not an exemption from Omega just because it's a wood building. Now, the question of how far down you continue that is a whole different topic, really, that is left open-ended in the code. And I've had conversations with John Hooper, the seismic committee chair, about this. And they've left it open-ended. Technically, if you have a discontinuous shear wall on the penthouse of a 100-story tower, one could interpret ASCE 7 to mean you have to follow that Omega level load all the way down the building. Of course, it's going to become insignificant the further down you go. But that's not what this amendment is trying to address. Like, it's not saying how far down you have to take it. It's just saying that if you're designing the beam for Omega and you're designing the columns for Omega, you have to design the connections between the beam and the column for Omega to complete that load path. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense, especially because the connections are the most likely place where it's going to fail.
Totally agree. And Amit's got his hand up. I think it's just a slight text adjustment that I would suggest to clarify this. I would say the structural element and their connections supporting discontinuous walls. I think and then we've got a mention of load path down below, which I think muddies it, but I want to let Amit speak as well.
Yeah, no, I was just going to reiterate what Paul was saying. Is what we have seen is some engineers pointing to that figure in the commentary and saying, see, the beam that is supporting this discontinuous element the connection of that beam to the column doesn't have to be designed for that Omega load, which, like, I think we all agree doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So I think this amendment, like Paul was talking, is just addressing that issue, saying that figure in ASC 716 commentary for this section is not really what was intended in this case. So that's all that this is addressing in here, is just that trying to make sure that that figure is not misused by engineers to justify their design.
Yeah, agreed. So I think we could wordsmith this potentially a little bit. I mean, and I guess it depends on what your opinion is on whether it is just the beam and its connections that support the wall, or if it takes the columns all the way down to the foundation and you're designing the foundations at level 1, for those loads. I'm looking for I think I found the figure in 722 now.
Seth, I agree that what you're talking about is something that it would be nice if the code clarifies, but I'm trying not to make this amendment turn into like a referendum on the whole code. I'm just trying to clarify one thing, and I'm leaving it just as ambiguous in this amendment as it is in ASCE 7 as a whole. I'm not saying how far down you have to track it, and just like they don't say how far down you have to track it. So I'm trying to just clarify one thing, that this figure doesn't mean there's an exemption for the connections for a wood frame building. That is all I'm really trying to do here. I don't want to drag us down into like this whole other issue of how far you have to track it through the building.
Okay.
So So, do you know in ASC 722 that particular issue has been discussed or is coming forward?
Yes, and I don't necessarily agree with it, but it says all the way to the foundation. I'm looking at the figure right now. So I think we can wordsmith this paragraph a little bit. But I mean, I voted on it in ASC 722. It was passed. So if we want to pull that forward, that's fine. If we just want to help clarify, leave it ambiguous, that's fine as well. I think we can consolidate this first sentence just to say structural elements and their connections supporting discontinuous walls or frames. And then that second sentence that says connections in the load path, I think is kind of redundant.
So Seth, if this is already passed by ASC 722, so that it clarifies this issue further, maybe we could just look at that and bring that forward. Is that something that the CEO committee could look at?
It certainly is. We are now through public comment, which we weren't through at the time we were writing proposals. Public comment and page proofs. I mean, page proofs are being finalized right now, which is why I'm actually able to look at it, the new figure. So SEO can review it and potentially, tweak the language here if that's what the committee would like them to do. This is a big issue and people do it wrong all the time. So I'm in support of addressing this somehow, because if you're not designing that essentially transfer beam for overstrength, you've got big problems. So I'm in support of the concept of dealing with this, especially hearing from Amit and Paul that people are doing it wrong all the time.
And I'm in support of using the the codified 22 version of this in lieu of something that we might tweak here because of the strength of a larger group of people. And so I'm hopeful that our committee would go in that direction.
Well, so that so there's two things I would say. I would agree that the best thing to do, rather than trying to craft language that is equivalent to the change that's coming in ASC 722, the best thing to do would be to actually incorporate the revised figure that is going to be in ASC 722, but I don't know how to do that in the context of an OSSC amendment. So that's number one. And then number two, if we did in fact somehow incorporate that revised figure from ASC 722, that, in contrast to what I'm trying to do here, that will trigger the problem that Seth is talking about, which is he is correct that the language in the new figure does specifically say that you've got to continue that load path all the way down to the foundation. So if you have a penthouse on a 100-story tower, you're looking at tracking this all the way down through the building. So we would by bringing in that figure, we would also bring in the language that's the part of it that Seth is objecting to. So
But you know if there's any financial valuation within ASCE 7 that
ASC 7 simplifies it it's either add cost neutral or reduces cost, and it definitely was an add cost. And it depends on this is considered a clarification, I believe, is how it officially went down. And it was always the intent, supposedly, but it's definitely not what it said. I mean, as Paul and Amit pointed out, it's very ambiguous in the current code, how far down you have to take it, and everyone does it different, how far they take it. And so this definitely clarifies that you have to take it down further, which on certain projects will have a cost impact.
I mean, I would suggest that we really should follow what the intent of the code was or is. And that's been, I guess, debated nationally through the seismic committees on that thing. So I would recommend to the committee that, maybe SEO go back and look at this and see if we can bring forward the ASC 722 amendment.
Yeah, we've done that sort of thing in other spots where we're bringing forward changes that we know are coming up.
And this is a big deal. This is a building collapse issue if you don't do it right.
Yeah.
I mean, this comes up pretty much every 5/1 that's built, and there's a ton of them being built right now. Those PT slabs, not going to perform particularly great if you don't do them right.
Yeah, and they're being built in other places other than just the metro area where we have engineers reviewing all this.
Correct.
Well, I'm fine with, I mean, obviously, I'm fine with trying to bring, you know, make sure we ensure that people are designing for this very important provision that prevents collapses in earthquakes. I'm fine with trying to incorporate it in some other way. I don't really see how it's so complicated because it's in a figure in a commentary. So I don't know how we do it, but you know, certainly, I mean, I'm fine with SEAO talking about, is there some other way other than this language that I propose to bring to get this intent clarified in our code now rather than waiting until ASC 722.
And Paul, I think we should be able to come up with some wording without necessarily relying on a figure to explain that stuff. So I'm sure we can come up with some wording.
Well, and that's what, I mean, I thought that this wording does that, but
Right. I think the only thing that Seth is asking is to make sure that we include the issue of how far we go below. So.
But Seth is saying he doesn't want us to include the language that says.
I'm saying I don't necessarily personally believe in the blanket statement. It should be carried down to the foundations, but that is the direction 722 took. So I'm not going to stand in the way of that. I think it's a little broad. For some buildings, it makes sense. Some buildings, it doesn't. But it's a very black and white statement. So maybe SEO will come up with an exception or something like that. Or maybe we'll deal with it next cycle. It's certainly not a bad thing. It's going to make your structure stronger. So it's not we're under designing our structure issue. It's potentially we are over designing our structure in certain cases.
So is this a publication issue, meaning that ASC owns that figure and we can't use it? Is that what the issue is, of being able to use that figure?
Well, I mean, we don't typically put a lot of figures in the IBC or OSSC. And I don't know about the owning of the figure. We could certainly draw our own version of it. And I think we can come up with some text that captures it.
Yeah, I think I would encourage you to see if we can get some text that captures, because I think you can do it in text, and to go with where the ASC 7 is going with it. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always, to make sure that any ambiguity that is there be eliminated so that we are enforcing requirements uniformly. And there's, yeah, we may disagree with what's there, but if that's where the code is going, and just to make it clear so that everybody is very clear how to design these things and not have any ambiguity left in there, I certainly would like to favor go in that direction.
I do just want to make one thing clear here, which is that the way that this has been shown here in the as being printed in the OSSC, it's got like this entire paragraph underlined as if that's all new language that I've crafted. It is not. There's only one sentence in there that is my own, that is trying to clarify that the connections also have to be designed, not just the beam and the columns. And so it might help ease people's nervousness about this if they could see, Jeremy, like the actual.
Yeah, it looks like Laura's going to bring up your proposal, I think, here directly.
Yeah, you're saying, because we're just really going in and adding a couple of words to a section, it's
making it look like I've typed that whole section all new. It's not. It's only all underlined right now because that is being added to the OSSC, but I'm not changing the language of ASCE 7 much at all. I'm adding that one sentence there.
And that's where I was trying to suggest is after the first two words, instead of what you said, just at the beginning, that first sentence, structural elements and their connections supporting discontinuous walls. So then we'd be adding like 3 words. In my mind, covered that.
But the problem is that people are interpreting that figure to mean that there is an exception if you have a wood framed building. So that is why I feel like I have to say connections between them also have to be designed for overstrength, and there is no exception based on the type of construction. That is the misinterpretation that is being made, is that people are saying, if it's a wood building, I don't have to design the connections for omega, which doesn't make any sense. But that's what I mean, this is the life of a structural reviewer right here, Seth.
Yeah, I know. I feel for you. I really do. It just, the code writer in me says, we shouldn't be saying there are no exceptions if there's no exceptions listed. It's just not great code writing, but I understand your pain. I really do. To best use everyone's time, maybe SEO takes this offline and potentially tweaks. I think everyone's in agreement that we want to deal with this, right? So maybe we just need some more wordsmithing on our end to get the best language possible.
Okay.
Thanks,
and
Paul.
maybe what you have is the best. I just, yeah, I totally feel your guys' pain.
Can you invite Paul to the SEO meeting that you talk about this?
Yes, absolutely.
Paul, would you be interested in that?
He was on most of our calls.
Okay.
Yeah, I was kind of an unofficial.
This one was written by Paul because SEO didn't have the bandwidth or time to address it as a official committee activity. So Paul took it on.
Yeah, I was just thinking that if you had him there, then you could work out some additional nuances before it comes back to the committee. That's all.
Yeah, I will definitely be there.
I think we have, Tony, am I right? Is there like a month left before the last committee meeting so there's some time to deal with these things?
Yeah, there's some time to have the tabled items, revisited. So we can identify this one and table it in the updated matrix and then circle back and have the committee discuss it.
So thumbs up on tabling this item for next discussion, different future meetings. Great. 16-28.
Is there a schedule for the next meeting? I'm sorry, Jeremy. Has that been published or is that available when the next meeting will be?
Deferring to Tony and Laura on the meeting schedule.
Sure. Yeah. So in the agenda for today's meeting, you'll see the date for the next meeting, and that's Wednesday the 17th. And then I believe the meeting after that, because of the holiday, is, I want to say, the 2nd, and Laura can correct me.
Yes, December 2nd.
And that's the last scheduled meeting, Tony, December 2nd?
I think currently, I believe so.
Is there an option for a future one after that, or potential?
Yeah, yep, absolutely. And so it just depends on pacing, where we get, how far we are, and what's left. And then we, as we get towards the end of the year, then we start getting into compression because we have to get to the governing advisory board for their actual formal recommendations to our administrator. So there would be probably opportunity for one more meeting, I imagine, after the 2nd.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, so next item, 16-29, existing Oregon amendment, earthquake recording instrumentation in section 1613.5.
I think these are all more carry forward.
Yep, I'll carry forward, except there's a slight tweak there you see in that royal blue, and that aligns with our tsunami House Bill 2605 tsunami work that we did and we'll see soon here, and to align with some statutory changes that have occurred. So that's just direct alignment with what we're going to be covering later in the tsunami provisions. So existing Oregon amendment, earthquake recording, thumbs up, thumbs down. Next item, 16-3051, same locations of these. 16-1352 is the maintenance. 16-1353 is records. And those are, it's like 3 more line items on the matrix. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Okay, so we're into 16-33 tsunami loads. I'm going to let Tony take over. So quick explanation on House Bill 2605 and where this is coming from.
Great, thanks, Jeremy. So we had a board meeting this past week for the board that governs this code and this committee, the Building Code Structures Board, Mr. Sandoval's board, and we covered the proposed amendment to the 2019 iteration of the OSSC. So as Jeremy mentioned, this is alignment based on the legislation from the 2021 regular session, and it becomes effective January 1st. So we have not only an interim amendment that was approved to continue on to the rulemaking process by the Building Code Structures Board, but we also have this just rolled into your draft of Chapter 16 for your review. So no changes, again, statutory alignment, and I think Jeremy can cover any of the technical parameters of it if there's questions. Thank you.
Yeah, any concerns, thoughts, discussion, questions?
Nope.
Jeremy and I worked on this language. There are some statutory things that require some language that isn't my favorite, but understanding that that's out of our control. SEO was happy with what's in here. And for the information of the committee, all the stuff that was struck were stuff like vertical evacuation buildings. That was done because there are no required locations where you have to do a vertical evacuation building. That's always an option. And you can always go back to ASC 7 if you want guidance on designing those. But I think it was the interpretation is they were never required by code. So therefore we wanted to strike the language officially from the code, which again, I think that was a rulemaking decision above us.
All right, it looks like we got a thumbs up. Everybody else? Thumbs up, thumbs up. Great. Next item, we're out of Chapter 16 into Chapter 17. 17-1, line item, section 1704-251. Just a real Oregon clarification, Oregon amendment, existing Oregon amendment clarifies that it's not an approved agency or the building official, that we just have a nationally recognized accrediting authority for that requirement. Any concern, thoughts on that? Okay, thumbs up. Okay.
That opens it up a little bit.
17-2, structural observations, 17046. So it's a model code change clarifying the expectation and requirements of the structural observer. It no longer breaks out structural observations specific to seismic and wind anymore. Now it captures everything under 17046-1 for the provisions. So model code clarification on the intent. And then if you look at 17046-1, you'll see that risk category 3 has been added, but it was already captured under the high seismic. Now it just includes, basically included now for low seismic too. All risk category 3 buildings. And that item 3 was already captured before in the thumbs up, okay. 17-3, steel construction, 17052. Existing Oregon amendment. This is all of it, previous SEAO proposals that came through for clarification specific to special inspection of steel construction. It's got its own specific table and section here in 17052. SEO recommends retaining this. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Okay.
A lot of these are multiple cycles old.
Yep. So similarly, 17-4 and 17-5 on your matrix items, in 1705, 211, 212, modifications. 17 dash. Yep. Thumbs up. Okay, thumbs up. 17-6. Table 17052. Special inspection table. Right there. The only tweak that we did on this BCD tweak was item 6B. ACI reference there, ACI 318 section. I can't remember what it was before, but we checked that one out and it looked like based on ACI 318.19 that the 26.6.4 was the correct reference specific to welding of reinforcing steel. Thumbs up.
Anything different?
17053. So this is line item 17-7, 17053 concrete construction exceptions. Under 1705. Can you go to the section, Laura, not the table, just the charging section, 17053. There you go. I think it's either before or after, I can't remember. So just real brief on this exception here. In the past, the model code, if you read through item 2 there, exception item 2, this was getting you out of special inspection requirements for continuous concrete footing supporting walls, buildings 3 stories or less above grade plane that are fully supported on earth or rock where, and then it lists these 3 items. And they weren't conditional before, they were just listed and you couldn't really tell how they worked well together. So we contacted ICC and got clarification that this is the intent here with this modification here. Any thoughts, concerns on this? Thumbs up. Okay, thank you. Thumbs up. Next item, 17-8, back to the table, Laura, thanks. So the model code table 17053 for concrete special inspections. That Adam added 11 there that you see in purple. They've added the precast concrete diaphragm connections to the list of required special inspections for concrete. Any thoughts, concerns? No, thumbs up. Yep, thumbs up. Okay. 17-9 in section 170541, a model code change deletes the empirically designed masonry allowance in risk category 4 buildings. Empirically designed no longer allowed for risk category 4 for masonry. Thoughts, concerns? Thumbs up. Okay. Matrix item. Oh, any fiscals on any of these? Tyler's asking. We got fiscal impacts on any of these.
Seth, was that the concrete one that we just did? Is that something new or is that something that's usually been happening already?
This one is precast concrete diaphragms. I don't know. I don't do a lot of precast concrete diaphragms. I would hope it's being done. Now, a lot of companies go above and beyond code minimum for certain inspection requirements. This sounds like something that I would put in, but I don't know the code history of precast diaphragm special inspection off the top of my head. I'd have to go back and look. But I mean, there's already someone out there checking rebar. I mean, if it's an ad, it's a small ad.
Okay.
Terry, I think this does happen anyway. Because
Okay.
concrete and steel elements, all have those requirements. So it falls either under steel or in concrete. So yeah, I think it happens anyway.
Perfect. So that's the only one that I noticed that might be something new. Sounds like it's what's already happening.
No cost there. And then the masonry. No
I would
longer
think
allowed.
that, yeah, I think that would actually be decreased in cost. Most of my understanding of the empirical design is it takes more reinforcement than they actually designed for. So I
Yeah.
think it's less expensive.
Yeah, the actual cost of construction will go down. The cost of special inspection would be probably the same-ish.
So a wash.
Sounds like it.
Great, thanks. Tyler, do you have enough there?
I think so. Is there any way that we could nail down a little bit what 17.8, the precast concrete? Do we know, you said small fiscal impact, is there a dollar sign we can put on that?
So the when I'm reading on the 2021 revisions, is the special inspection requirements were already there in the ACI 550.5 for precast concrete design. It just didn't make it into the IBC. So potentially, if we had referenced that standard for precast from this code, we would have gotten special inspection anyway. It's just not. It wasn't necessarily codified.
Yeah, that's what Amit thought, that we were already seeing it.
Yeah, there's
Either
already
by the
rebar
steel or the
inspection, there's already
concrete.
steel inspection. So
Yeah.
now I think it makes it continuous inspection. So maybe there's a little bit more.
Yeah, the
Popularity.
code change proposal will increase the cost to construct. And proposed inspection requirements will be slightly increased for the cost of construction better needed for safety. That was what was
Okay,
in
yeah. So a slight cost.
ICC. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, probably because it was made continuous instead of periodic. As most of the others have would be periodic.
Is there a percentage on a total cost project? Slight
On a-
increase to special inspection.
On a big job, you've got those guys out there all the time anyway. It's, because they're looking at so many different things. It just means they got to be at that element continuous, which they're probably out there most all the time anyway.
Yeah.
So would it be fair to say there's a minimal fiscal impact?
Minimum.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Tyler. So we're on 17-10 light item, section 170510. Structural integrity of deep foundations. Model code additional language. When installed, deep foundation elements appear to be under strength due to quality, location, or alignment, and engineering assessment must now be done. BCD staff, we looked at this and you can see that we did a small adjustment in the language just to work with our enforcement path.
So this is changing it from a requirement to something that is optional based on whether the building official thinks it should be done. Is that?
It's really a trigger that we're seeing is by the special inspector or someone out in the field whenever there is a reasonable doubt. So during special inspection, during construction, structural observation, if anyone sees as reasonable doubt as the structural integrity of the deep foundation element, then we're saying that then the building official may require an engineering assessment. So basically we're seeing the special inspection might say, here's an issue that we see, and then that gets reported to the building official or the plans examiner, then they review that and the design professional, and they determine how they're going to mitigate that. And then it's up to the building official to decide whether or not this engineering assessment has to be done.
It sounds like some type of tower in San Francisco.
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering why you would remove the requirement and make the building official decide this. It seems like if there's doubt that it was built right, you'd want to make sure that you require the assessment, not put it on the building official to have to make that decision. But I mean, maybe they want that.
Yeah, Tony, do you want to weigh in on this one?
Yeah, sure. So I think the intent and what we're looking at in the proposed language there is about enforceability. So let's just say that that proposed language wasn't there. An engineering assessment shall be required. By who, when, at what point. So we're just clarifying that, again, from an enforceability standpoint, once that reasonable doubt, which is vague, has been raised and documented, then it falls back onto the building official to say whether or not an engineering assessment is required based on the site-specific documentation.
Okay.
Special inspectors will like this because then it doesn't fall on, it's hard for them to make that call. But so in some ways,
You don't want them
Yeah.
making that call. They're gonna flag things that don't look right, and the engineer,
Right.
the building official should be making that call.
yeah.
Yeah, and that's
Yes,
what we
sir.
were trying to do, was just trying to put a line there. So, and again, it's just proposed language for the committee to consider.
And I would just reiterate through what we're talking about, I mean, trying to help make this decision, is that the language that was proposed was when directed by the registered design professional, and that was struck by ICC committee. And so I'm trying to figure out exactly why they did that, but they'd left it as shall be required, which meant they deferred who was going to require it and took it off the ownership of the registered design professional. It was called registered design professional or by the building official. So either had equal capability to make the call. And I'm guessing this is not a very easy thing to do, that to make this decision. So most likely there's going to be a gathering of all the responsible parties and trying to figure out what we're supposed to do with this building.
And this usually happens when you're doing piles or something and something happens, you get something mixed in the concrete or something where you're questioning the integrity of the pile, or it's specific for deep foundation elements, so it'd be piles. And yeah, usually there's a big powwow when this happens because it's a big deal. Is there any concern that only the building official could require this? If the engineer of record, obviously for us to sign our letter of conformance, we'd have to be comfortable with it at the end, but you don't want to get that point when you're talking about deep foundation. That's usually way before.
Well, I don't know, when I was doing plan review, and again, it's been a long time, they would request that the plans examiner give recommendation to the building official to make the decision, but I always asked the engineer record what their preference was, so I would be in alignment with them. So it, potentially as recommended by could be in there. I don't know.
Yeah, that's just not good code language recommended.
No, it isn't. It's not good language,
Neither is May.
No, neither is May. Yeah.
This is a weird requirement because this would already be flagged as a non-conformance, which then the building official could withhold the occupancy permit based on that. So it's kind of a weird paragraph in general.
Yeah.
Well, Seth, would you guys sometime, as the engineer of record out there and you saw issues, you might want that done, correct?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We would write it up in our site visit report, and hopefully there'd be some sort of NCL that went with it from the special inspection side as well.
Right.
But that doesn't necessarily always happen. Sometimes we see stuff that doesn't get caught, and vice versa. So yeah, there's definitely cases where we've gone out and we're like, whoa, what's this? This doesn't look right.
Yeah, I think that's in terms of authority, the special inspector is under the ownership of the building official, and yet they're relying on the engineer record to make final determination. So there's this bridging that the special inspector does without actually making a required statement. So they are out of the actual enforcement piece. They're more looking at information and giving information to people who are going to make that decision. So I don't know, it seems to me like it's a pretty heavy person who's going to understand engineering practices to a deep level. It's their building.
Because I asked her, I said, because she started emailing me.
I think the building official has to be aligned with it, but I think it's really a call from the design professional.
I would agree with Eric. Building officials aren't going to know that. And it's more like a conversation, honestly, with the engineer of record, right?
Well, maybe it should be, we should include both here instead of just the building official. It should be the building official or engineer of record may require. Because that at least gets the two hopefully talking.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the liability we get in when we tell the contractor to stop. Because that is like, red flag number one that our partners like to remind us not to ever do over and over.
Right, lawyers don't want to do that,
Because
right?
we get that, letter in the mail the next day that says, oh, you stopped this, therefore you're paying $50,000. That's 3 times the fee for our job. So I want to be careful. I mean, we do have that word may in there, which kind of gets us off the hook, but we're never going to tell the contractor to stop because of that liability, and we've gotten in trouble before. Eric, I don't know if you're still on and if you can provide some perspective about what you guys do.
I would agree with your statement, Seth, that telling the contractor to stop work becomes a big contractual issue, and it's you get all the lawyers involved. So
from the design side, I mean, I guess the issue I have with this is we sometimes have clients that, if something is wrong and a building official doesn't say, wait, you've got to deal with this, they're just going to move on, right? They're not always going to listen to the architect or the engineer who goes, yeah, wait a minute, we think there's a problem here. They're going to say, well, the building official or the inspector didn't say anything, didn't make a stop, and they're going to want to keep going. So the option of having either the building official or the engineer of record, I mean, we're talking about an assessment. We're not saying they have to stop the job.
Right.
I mean, I think you're kind of, we're making that jump that they have to absolutely stop everything while the assessment happens. There's probably other parts of the construction that can continue.
Yeah.
They just, they can't bury the deep piles or whatever it is that we need them to look at.
Well, that's usually the first thing they do is they start forming pile caps and slabs on grade and columns. And whether we tell them to stop or not, these tests do have money involved. I'm sure. I don't know how much. But yeah, this whole requirement just feels weird.
It feels weird to me too, because if we're sorry.
No, go ahead.
If we're requiring it, if a building official is requiring it, then what are they going to do when they get it? Who's reviewing it, right? I mean, like, it has to be a peer review.
Yeah, that
Well,
whoever engineered the foundation, I would think has to review it.
The geotechnical is going to do the work, which is not the engineer of record for the building. And then the geotechnical, you might have someone reviewing that, maybe the engineer of record, or maybe another geotechnical as a peer review.
Yeah, I mean, as the jurisdiction, we don't like to stop jobs either. It's as bad for us to do that as anybody else.
They don't even listen anyhow, Terry.
I know. Yeah.
Well, they didn't make any tweaks to this in 2024, so it must have been hot enough not to continue with this progression.
Well, maybe that's why she was like, oh, well,
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what we'd want to say there. Whenever there's reasonable doubt of the structural integrity of a deep foundation element, the geotechnical engineer of record and structural engineer of record shall evaluate. I don't know. I mean, we get stuff all the time where piles are misplaced and stuff happens with foundation, and it's an RFI and it gets dealt with on
Right.
90% of jobs, no problem. Why we need a special section for this? I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know why either. And I think what sounds funny about it is we already have the mechanism to, either not pass an inspection or to, question, oh, wow, I got this special inspection report. This doesn't look right.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a way to shoehorn these ASTM sections into the code for reference. I don't know. It's
like the junk drawer.
Yeah, they did
I
say
honestly don't
that
even know
in
what
the
all these
proposal.
ASTM tests are.
I can copy them and put them in the chat if you'd like. They have the name, or I could share the screen, whichever works better.
Okay, yeah.
Just to get a general feel of like, is it a concrete
Yeah.
test? Is it? I'd have to go look them up.
I mean, the truth is right now, if something like this happened, we would be talking with the engineer of record and trying to find solutions for it. I mean, it's not something that we're not already doing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if the inspector flagged it or the engineer of record flagged it in the site observation, you would hope it gets dealt with. Now, there's plenty of stuff that gets covered up without anyone seeing it, and that's a whole other issue. But I would assume the reasonable doubt comes from the inspector. I mean, or the engineer of record, but
A lot of that periodic feedback isn't necessarily channeled to the building department anymore, though.
Right.
And so
right.
it's kind of an empty requirement, because if without that feedback, the building official is not going to know that there's an issue. And so seems like it's not the best path based upon, what's written here.
Yeah, or we get it so far down the road.
Yeah, the paperwork comes like 6 weeks later,
Right.
it's already covered. And
Right.
oh, this is a problem. Yeah.
And it's more expensive for an assessment.
Yeah, you get the RFI a month after it's been asked
Right.
and answered, and they've moved on.
Amit, what do you think?
I think like Eric was saying, I think unless the building official is alerted to some defect, it's not necessarily that, we can call for something. I don't know if you can just say something like the registered design professional or the building official may require an engineering assessment. That way, if the registered design professional just wants to alert the building official, then the building official can require it and not the registered design professional. But if the registered design professional feels that, it's his responsibility to do it, he should be able to require it too. So my suggestion would be to add the registered design professional or the building official may require an engineering assessment.
Or we say the building official in consultation with the registered design professional or something, because really what we want is for everybody to be talking to each
Yes.
other.
That's good. That's it. It's a conversation.
and like we mentioned, any engineer who's been through a legal battle or two knows better than to tell people to stop and do this assessment.
Well, I think what it's just kind of like the ability to pull the trigger, because it gets codified, which means it elevates the notification capability, gives a person authority to ask for this to be done. Otherwise, it's a weaker. I mean, it's on the same playing field as all the other special inspection issues that may occur, and so I think the reason why this is being put into the code, as you can see, well, maybe you can't see, but because these piles are having problems in some places, and they can't really assess everything before you start construction, you're still finding out more information as you're building the building. You're getting a lot more locations where you're finding out the soil conditions.
Right.
And you didn't really have that when you first started the project because you made a basic guess of where everything's going to go. But now you're actually putting the foundations in, you're seeing something a little bit different. So it is in some ways dynamic. And this particular clause in my opinion, appears to give people the authority to elevate this into a concern that says, you know, this is really important and we should do something about it. And here's the code citation that says I have the authority to do something about it. So it doesn't like bully people in, like the word may still allows you to happen. It just brings the conversation to the table. So for me, it's nice. It's a nice piece of code change. And it's just really trying to figure out exactly how that dialogue happens. And I think so far what I'm hearing is people want to do this in concert. So within Oregon, maybe the idea is that we do it in concert, even though it's taken out of the model code to do this, or either of these is equal authority. Let's try in Oregon to do equal authority.
What if we took a little bit, tweak that and said after the deep foundation element and put it on the inspector and the engineer record to report to the building official, and then the building official may require, you know, so we, as the engineer record, have to report, if we have doubt that there's an issue, we have to report to the building official, then they can make the choice whether to require this. That way it's not on the special inspector to require it. It's not on the engineer record to require it, because, you know, we may not know what the condition of that concrete is. But the inspector may not know the engineering behind it. So that kind of gets to your point of in concert, but then it doesn't say that we're the ones who are, you know, basically requiring this as the engineer record, because that's going to get messy and no engineer is going to want to do that. I don't know. Just an idea.
Well, plus the code doesn't typically give authority to other individuals besides the building department. I mean, this is kind of like the code for the building department. And so I think it's right that we say the building official has the ultimate authority based on this code citation. So
But it would require the engineer of record to report it to the building official.
Right.
I like that, Seth, because chapter 1 already talks about the duties of the building official, and that falls within it already. It's just sort of underscoring it, but I like that it has an actual engineer peer person involved in making that determination that something's not right.
Theoretically, you've got geotech already involved because you're doing piles, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
So it should be the geotechnical engineer, the structural engineer, or the special inspector shall report, and then the building official may require.
Right.
So Jeremy, I don't know if you want to take this offline to wordsmith later, or if we want to try and do this on the fly with, you know, however many people are on the call.
I'm up for doing it here if Laura's okay
Yeah.
with it.
So some language that we see elsewhere in the code to consider where notified. So maybe where notified by the registered design professional and responsible charge, which is a defined term.
Like it.
The building official may require.
I like it.
I like that.
I think Laura can do it on the fly here. She might already have it done.
Tony, does that mean that the building official can only require it only if they're notified?
Well, I think that's what the way the committee was leaning, but again, it's at the pleasure of the committee. So,
well, I would think the registered design professional is required to notify, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to notify you to take that action. If you guys see something, because you guys are inspectors out there, you should have the power.
Right, that's what I was getting at, is if it says where notified, then it might imply that the building official can act only when notified.
I think they're two separate sentences. I think we're required to notify you guys, and then you guys have the option. I don't want to imply that only after we notify you.
So you could put a sentence before the whenever there's reasonable doubt in that concert piece beforehand, because once you start saying whenever there's reasonable doubt, that could all work with the building official's requirement. And then right before that, you can say something about these other three entities making this discovery and notifying. And so that way you wouldn't have to be notified to have reasonable doubt. Unrelated to the first sentence, the building official would have the ability to require the engineering assessment. Getting complicated, Elizabeth.
Well, I still go back to chapter 1, that the duties and powers of the building official, it already accounts for the ability to ask for either another agency or some type of report. So I guess it's a little redundant to me in that respect, but and that's
Yeah.
going to whoever's concern was about, oh, does it have to be that the engineer of record notifies the building official? And no, we already have that ability in inspections, right?
So I think what's different here is, Elizabeth, is actually the tail end of it where it says in accordance with. It's giving some guidance on how you do that. So I think that is the big, I think you're right. We already have this authority to ask for this. This is now, it's really that last sentence where it's saying what that report should look like.
So that it should include these items and that it's checked it off or whatever. Okay.
Yeah. Does that make sense, Seth? Because that's what I see about this, really, because I think we already have this authority.
Right.
I think what the main thing with this is where it's saying you have to, what standards you use.
Yeah, but it says other approved method, so it could be anything.
Yeah, I know.
The approved method is by the building official, so.
Right. How's the wind blowing today?
Right.
Well, unless they have a lot of engineers like we do that can come up with some other ideas, my guess is they're always going to use these.
What it's saying in the proposal is that all 4 of these ASTM tests are non-destructive tests used to assess the integrity of deep foundations. Is those 4 methods.
Yeah. My guess is it's looking for voids, looking for other foreign objects within the concrete, dirt that got mixed in or something like that.
Yeah.
Like ultrasonic something. It's my guess is what those all are.
Do we want to table this one for more crafted language, or do you guys want to try to knock it out here now?
I thought Tony was on to something.
I thought we were, I don't know what happened.
Tony, you remember exactly what you said, 3 minutes ago?
Well, so that was tying it to the notification. So a couple of things. So if you want to make the notification requirements separate, you could say something in the first sentence where, the registered design professional and responsible charge defined terms shall notify the building official whenever there is a reasonable doubt as to the structural integrity of a deep foundation element, period. And then you could restate that to provide separate authority for the building official to require an assessment. So you could say something where there is a reasonable doubt as to the structural, you would basically restate that the building official may require an engineering assessment. And then you'd still get the reference to the associated ASTM standards. Or we could go back to what Terry said, which was basically in consultation with, which would then require some interaction there on whether or not the assessment's required. And I see Tyler has his hand raised. I don't know if Tyler's looking maybe for some fiscal once we get done with this one.
No, not fiscal. I do have, as the annoying lawyer in the room, I do have a concern with the language of, or did we already remove it? Looks the reasonable doubt language. That's a pretty specific term in the legal world. And if there's ever a debate about it, basically reasonable doubt in the legal world means what a reasonable person would do, but that is hotly contested in basically every criminal context where it comes up. So if there is a more neutral term that maybe folks here can agree on, I would highly recommend it, given that reasonable doubt is specifically tied to criminal burdens of proof. And I think it's a muddy term that probably the committee doesn't want to go into if they want to change that. So just my 2 cents, and I'm happy to help as much as I can, but
Yeah, is it better to say where the structural integrity of the deep foundation element is in doubt?
I think that makes sense. I think perhaps maybe if there is concern, something like that. I think given that it's already, the building official's assessment, at least as far as I understand it, where there are, where there is concern might work, or where there is, I'll continue to think of terms and toss them out as I think of them, but I'm just concerned about the reasonable doubt standard, if you will.
Yeah, the whole paragraph's weird.
Yeah, the big thing with these deep foundation things is that there's no inspector out there when this work is being done.
Yeah, just the geotechnical engineer of record, because they're usually the
Yep.
inspector. And they're usually out there full time, so that's the good thing.
So if we're the one making the requirement, somebody's got to tell us about it.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, the initial proposal was so much closer to what we're asking the sentence to do than what the committee changed it to. It's just, it says, when directed by the registered design professional in responsible charge or the building official, an engineering assessment for structural integrity shall be conducted on deep foundation element. The engineering assessment shall include tests for defects performed in accordance with ASTM 1234 or approved method.
Who owns this then?
What would, the first sentence of that was
When directed
like the
by the
exceptional
registered
use.
design
So your
professional in
perspective
responsible
on this
charge or
is that
by the building
IT
official,
exceptional
comma.
use of a-
I want to say where recommended, not necessarily because we don't direct the building codes division. They
But the responsible, the reasonable doubt's gone, that piece is out and they get next the two together. So there's some pieces in it that are better than what ended up coming through. I don't know, maybe there's a way we can put it all together and come back. I hear all these doubts. I'm just thinking if there's doubts already in this committee, that means there's doubts when it gets out there.
Point.
We have reasonable doubt.
So we could take a run at it if you want to, if the committee would like to just table the item, we can take a run at the language based on all the committee feedback here, work with Tyler on the legalese side and come back with something for additional consideration.
Yeah,
Would
most
be
people don't
interested.
refer to building inspectors as reasonable, so.
Well, they're looking for certainty, right, Terry? Certainty.
Thumbs up on tabling.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, BCD, we'll work on that. We'll bring it back to the next meeting.
Thank you.
Everybody. Yep. Next item, 17-11 in sections 1705, 13.2 and 13.3. We've got an existing Oregon amendment. Sorry, I'm looking for it real quick.
the cladding one, Jeremy.
Yeah, we were rescinding it.
Yeah, this is one where we're rescinding the existing Oregon amendment where, can you go down to that? So fastener spacing is more than 4 inches on center. The existing Oregon amendment had equal to or more than, right? And we're aligning with model code on these. So rescinding the existing Oregon amendment in 1705, 13.2, and 13.3. Seth, did you want to weigh in on any of those? So there was a past.
We talked about this a bunch internally. We had gone through the special inspection a lot last time, and there were some compromises, and we're trying to balance costs. And this is one time where we made a change against model code that maybe we shouldn't have. We've changed it to less than or equal to, or no,
Equal
it's
to.
currently more than, so it became equal to, basically the 4-inch ones were excluded. And we don't have a ton of justification for that. So we recommended basically going back to model code on this.
If it's model code, I'm good.
Works for me.
Yeah.
I guess there'd be a very minimal cost increase compared to the old amendment.
Yeah.
Okay. So thumbs ups. 17-12, section 1705-13-5, architectural components. Seth can weigh in on this one. This is an existing Oregon amendment that's been in there a while for exception item 2 to section 1705-13-5. So exception item 2 is specifically addressing exterior cladding and interior exterior veneer weight of existing Oregon amendment had a 15 PSF. This tweak in here and this alignment is to capture the original intent by the SCAO past proposals that captured under item 3. But yeah, Seth, go ahead and weigh in on this one.
Yeah, so previously on item 2, we had changed the 5 to 15. And what we were trying to do was potentially exempt, these really, really light wall systems that, perform pretty well or pretty ductile. But there was some confusion about, what the veneer part of that meant. The intent was we were going to do 15 PSF for the entire wall assembly. So it'd have to be a pretty light assembly. So anything that had stone, metal, brick, anything like that would get special inspection. So we basically, in talking to Jeremy, the veneer is really not including the wall, the insulation, the interior gyp. So we changed that back to 5 PSF, which essentially does the same thing. And then we also, in item 3, did a catch-all of any wall weighing more than 15 PSF. So that we added exterior. Coming up with an example of where this actually changes anything is hard because I think we've already got it captured, but this certainly clarifies the intent. But basically, an exterior wall, when you have anything of substance weight-wise, other than like the lightest of metal panel systems, gets special inspection. And any interior or exterior wall with a total weight, which would capture if you had a super light exterior metal panel with a heavy interior, potentially. So we just want to make sure we captured that as well. And basically, the trigger is where you start to get in the range of potentially being seismic controlled.
And you didn't really see this as changing the cost, correct?
Then that's what we're saying is it essentially doesn't change the cost. It just clarifies.
And Hardy board's about 4 pounds per square foot, so it would fit within that exterior cladding.
Yeah.
Works for me.
Great, thanks. 17-13 in section 1705-13-7, model code, additional language specific to steel storage racks for special inspection requirements. The duties have been clarified for that special inspection requirement for steel storage racks. They've got a table there, 1705-13-7. Any thoughts, concerns on that?
It's good.
17-14, section 1705-14-2, non-structural components. This just clarified, this whole section was a SEAO past proposal that clarifies the reporting requirements submitted to the building official.
No change here.
Thoughts, concerns?
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
Minutes from last time.
Yeah. Okay. 17-15 designated seismic systems in 1705-14-3. Another existing Oregon amendment from SEAO clarifies the applicability of enforcement to risk category 3 and 4 structures and provides some flexibility regarding compliance for designated seismic systems. No change. Thumbs up. Okay. 17-16 in 1705-16. Model code change for mastic and intumescent fire resistant coatings clarifies that the special inspections and tests shall be performed during construction and that additional visual inspection is required after rough installation and where applicable prior to concealing electrical, sprinkler, mechanical, and plumbing systems.
Seems like an excellent idea.
Okay. Any thoughts on this or thumbs up?
Looks good.
Okay. Item 17-17, section 1705-18, fire stop inspections in group R, model code modification, the installation of fire stops, fire resistant joint systems and perimeter fire barrier systems in residential use. Buildings now require special inspection in those group R fire areas having an occupant load exceeding 250.
Ooh.
Any thoughts, concerns on that one? Thumbs up. Yeah. Okay. 17-18 radon mitigation inspections in section 1705 or 1705.19. These are existing Oregon amendments addressing radon mitigation inspections. 1705.19.1 and 19.2. Oh,
sorry, Jeremy, could we loop back for a fiscal on that last one?
Sorry, 17-17 line item on the matrix fiscal impact. Discussion. Thoughts?
I don't know what the cost is for special for those. Any of the architects?
Not with the special inspections. I'm not. I don't know what it would be incrementally. Usually we just hear what the total price is for the job.
Yeah. And 250 that's a fairly good sized building.
Well, an apartment building with 150 units, roughly 175 units.
Yeah, it's 200 square feet per person. So that's 25 or 50,000 square feet and above.
Yeah, we 3 or 4 story building, probably. Any of our podium buildings would definitely cross that threshold.
Well, and if you have more than one fire area though, then you can get out of it too, so. Because the 5/1s, we limit the size to in the fire areas, so actually they may not have to do this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tony, can we flag any of these that are that need a fiscal that somebody could do a little more checking on later?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's at the pleasure of the committee. If we can, I don't know, Mr. Bressman, if you could maybe try to get some.
I can ask a couple of different contractors that we work with what that might cost.
Excellent. Yeah, we can do that and then get some information to Tyler at the next meeting.
Great, thanks. So on the matrix item 17-18, it looks like it's section 1705.21 instead of 1705.19, just due to some tweaks that were done in the code section numbering. So radon mitigation inspections, these are existing Oregon amendment 1705 or 21.1 and 21.2. And then it looks like there's a slight amendment with the language in there. Tony, if you want to weigh in on any of these.
So longstanding requirements here, and it's existing amendments for the committee to consider. So I'm not aware of any issues with the language.
It's good to me.
Thumbs up. Item 17-19, 1705.5.3. This one might be out of sync, but 1705.5.3. We're going back up. So this just brings in Appendix P, already a requirement, no change, just pulls in the Appendix P for mass timber construction, special inspection requirements. They were already there, no change here. Just wanted you to be aware of it. Good, thumbs up. Thank you. 17-20 in section 1709.5, window and door assemblies. It's a model code change modification. Testing standards and analysis procedures have been clarified for exterior door and window assemblies, including garage door assemblies. Model code. Any concerns? Okay, thumbs up.
Determined by X.
You still reading it, Eric?
I like this.
Great. All right, next item, 17-21, 170953 impact protection. Model code added some windborne debris protection for glazing. We just delete all that. It doesn't apply in Oregon. Windborne debris region is a defined term for hurricane prone regions, and we're not in that part of the country. So it's just a strike of model code. Nothing really there. Okay, thumbs up. Okay, next item. 18-1. And we are in section 1803.3.2, site-specific seismic hazard investigation. Existing Oregon amendment requires sites for structures and facilities defined in ORS 445.447 as major structures or risk category 3 and 4 buildings. Those structures on a site-specific basis for vulnerability to seismic induced geologic hazards and reported. So we did a slight adjustment in this just to capture that, again, that statutory change that happened due to House Bill 2605. Just capturing the major structures and risk category 3 and 4 buildings. Thumbs up. Okay. 18-2, 1803.321, existing Oregon amendment captures that design earthquake language. Entered through SEAO in the past. No change. Concerns? No, thumbs up. Great. 18-3, site-specific seismic hazard reporting requirements, existing Oregon amendment, capturing those reporting requirements for that hazard investigation requirement. 180361, no change here. Okay, thumbs up. 18-4, the review of that report. No change, existing language. Thumbs up. 18-5 in 1804.8 underfloor drainage, there's an existing Oregon amendment, adds provisions for ground slope drainage requirements. Thumbs up, existing, no change. 18-6, 1808-851, the UFR requirements, grounding of foundation reinforcement, existing Oregon amendments, adds requirements for grounding electrode system. In 1808-851, no change there. There it is. Yeah, no change there. Any thoughts, concerns? No, thumbs up. Okay. 18-7, frost protection at required exits. In 180951, there's a new model code change that requires frost protection for egress doors at the landings for all required exits with outward swinging doors. I want to address a cost on this one too.
Huh.
I'm guessing there's
That's interesting.
several $100 of concrete at each door.
Yeah, how?
Does it get
Huh.
that cold?
No, but the
was gonna
frost depth in Oregon is still 18 inches. So, and now
Right.
you're talking about instead of a 4-inch civil slab on grade,
Thickening
going
the
down.
slab edge, yeah.
Yeah. Taking that edge down, forming it. Does it say how far you have to extend that landing? Is it just, a 3
I
foot
think
by
it's,
3 foot pad?
I
or
think
is it-
it's just the requirements
For
at that exterior egress door landing for an
means of
outdoor.
egress, yeah.
Just enough to open the door. Yeah, I mean, I bet you there's $1,000 or $2,000 worth of concrete at each door.
For all
But yes, there are costs.
Well,
I'm
and then
still
it's
trying to.
to the extent necessary.
Oh,
To ensure that.
great code language.
I'm still just a little confused. I mean,
Can you go back up one
frost
item?
protection, how do we?
I think the item right
is it-
below for that is the definition of frost protection. So just roll up 1805.5 tells you how to do frost protection.
Yeah, extend below frost.
They're concerned with heaving.
Yeah.
Correct.
Oh,
Okay. I was reading it out of context,
Yeah.
thinking, well, if frost builds up on it, am I gonna have to put a heating system in there? But no, this makes sense.
I think it's all about frost heave and that lifting that slab up and blocking the door.
Right. The heaving. Yeah. Now,
Yeah, the item number one, this extending below frost line in most of Oregon, that's 18 inches. In the colder areas, it's more.
Mhm.
In the bends or the mountain
Mhm.
areas. I mean, you could excavate out and erect on solid rock, but that's probably even more expensive.
yeah. Yeah, this means that those sidewalks that run up to your building have to now get below the frost line, right? That's the added cost you're thinking?
Yep. Yep. Or that landing becomes the structured slab that's attached to the footing, which essentially is the same thing. But there will be costs there either way.
Yeah.
And potentially a couple thousand or $1,000 or $2,000. I don't know. Concrete's expensive.
Yeah.
The labor to form that excavation. So yeah, I mean, it's not $200. It's probably $1,000. I guess it's easily $1,000 a location.
No
I mean,
changes in
it makes
2024.
sense to do. I don't know how many issues there's been with frost heaving
Right.
exit door issues.
I don't either. I mean, like the intention behind it, Seth, I'm kind of like, is it really a problem?
Yeah, I mean, in my engineer mind, the easy way to deal with this is to dowel that little slab into the stem wall where your door is. Therefore, it can't, you'd have to lift the entire footing up.
Right.
And then
My guess is that in, like at Mount Hood, where they already have this solved. I don't know, but if you got some problems already in the area.
And typically they don't want to pour a slab out. I mean, they don't want anything outside the building during construction because it's just going to get destroyed while they're building.
Right.
Well, Elizabeth, you guys have Mount Hood, so
I know.
that's where you're
Half
really
of
going to
it.
see it.
Just half of it.
You cut it in half.
Right. We have the west side.
Yeah.
The lower regions, yeah.
Right. And I thought about that. I guess where my mind's going is if the intention of this is, obviously we don't want block exiting, right? We don't want anything to impede that. That's like a maintenance issue also. I mean, anything can impede an exit accidentally. And I'm just trying to figure out if this is really an issue. The earth is warming more than getting colder, but
can we put an exception, something like rational engineering analysis or judgment to get out of this, like doweling it in, there's got to be some way to justify that this is not a big problem.
because it doesn't specify, it just says any exit, right? For any building anywhere.
Only at outward swinging doors.
Or
with all
outward
the-
swing, which is unless it's under 50, right? For the required.
Right. But if you had like a portico share over it, chances are you're not going to get deep frost underneath that. So, I mean, there are special circumstances that could mean this doesn't really apply. But yeah, this is a weird one. For all required exits. No.
Extra exits, you wouldn't have to do it.
The committee didn't like to ensure, I don't know if it's in that language that made the final, yeah, to ensure, it said that you can't qualify that. Building official wouldn't be able to know what that would qualify to do. But they didn't have a simplified language.
Yeah, it says it's required, and then it says only to the extent necessary to ensure the unobstructed opening.
So they want it in frost heave areas first, and then they have to, then they're not sure how to express the concern for the phrase to ensure how that can be enforceable.
This one's just frost protection.
I mean, it's almost like it gets into the maintenance of the building.
Don't plant a tree next to your landing either.
Yeah, what about
That'll
that?
be next.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Walking in neighborhoods in Portland. Ba-do-do-do-do-do-do. That's a weird one. I don't even know what to think other than I don't really like it.
Yeah, I mean, because we can't drop it down because then we don't meet accessibility requirements.
Exactly.
So we can't have it go up or down.
No. And it is an expense, a great expense, as Seth said.
So if you were designing the building already for frost heave, wouldn't that be an indication that you would need it?
I mean, what we do is we just drop the footings down below the frost line. That's how we design buildings for frost heave.
So like, Eric, are you thinking like in the event you have to design for,
Yeah, that's the way
this,
when I read
then you need to make sure you have this at the exits.
Right, you wouldn't do it ongoing, you would do it in
Right.
places that have this special condition for frost heave. And if you're not having indication of frost heave in your environment, then you wouldn't necessarily have to do
Then it
this.
doesn't apply.
And so I'm looking at the baseline of the code provision, frost heat, except for otherwise protected from frost. So we're really in an unusual situation where the frost heat is occurring. So most of Oregon, this would not apply, in my opinion.
Yeah, but the code gives a frost depth for all of the state. So I think it applies everywhere.
And that's how we've always interpreted it structurally.
So how about if we just say where the frost protection is greater than 18 inches? Or make the exception for areas less than 18 inches. One of the way or the other, just,
right.
Make it for those high levels of concern.
Has this been a problem that we're trying to solve?
That's what
I mean, I can't recall a project that we've done where we've gotten a call back from the client saying people can't get out of our building in the middle of winter. So I'm just wondering if this is really like an East Coast or a a Great Lakes issue that got into the model code that maybe isn't applicable to the entire country.
It says it's based on accessibility, so it's a really fine level of care. That's interesting. I didn't even see that till just now. Accessibility. So that's where those little small changes in slope make a difference. And someone might argue that this is already enforceable with the previous statement unrelated to this section, because you're supposed to have access to and from the building for frost protection. So, I mean, you could say it's already there, the language.
I think that's what Elizabeth is saying, that this is a maintenance issue. It's not, we make the building do that, but there's a lot more concerns about movement in the building floors. But these are, you get a little movement, it's pretty. Been trying to go with model language, but this one's kind of a weird one that will add a lot of cost, and we're not sure how big of a problem it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So Montana, North Dakota, Wisconsin,
Minneapolis. Well, I guess, what are our options?
We could strike it all together.
Okay.
But it'll be
you
there
can
in
amend it.
2024, you know, it'll come back. in
It'll be there.
2024.
It's always going to rise back. It's going to heave
Yeah.
back, right?
Yeah.
So if
So
you
it's
give
at
it
the,
Go ahead, sorry, Tony.
yeah, that's all right. So it's at the pleasure of the committee. So you can do, just like Mr. Whitehill said, you can reject the model language. You can accept it and modify it. You could add exceptions. And again, I mean, if there's, what's the basis of this? Are we seeing a problem out there? Are you seeing that in the colder areas that you provide service to, Elizabeth? Or is this more of just kind of a life of the building, general maintenance? Obviously, the frost heave's not going to occur, prior to sea
When we
level.
have it, right? Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Although we've had projects that have lasted a long time up on Mount Hood.
Sure.
But well, I'm definitely going to ask my staff if they've known of anything like this happening, just out of curiosity, and I'll let you guys know. But
This came in through model code in the 2021. I'm just wondering if there is anything in the proposers, in this submittal, or was there any comments from the committee or public comment on this issue? I'm going through, trying to look it up, and I have the group A amendments, and I'm thinking this might have been the group B where it came in.
It's on page 821 of 3718. And
Say that again, Eric.
it's on page 821 of 3,718 pages.
I'm looking at the at the monogram from the 20. It was back in 2018 when they were going through all the proposed amendments. For
Yeah.
2021.
So I have a combined monogram that says complete revision history of 2021 I codes, and that's the one I'm looking at. So it's got 3,718 electronic pages, and it's a pretty good paragraph that talks about the reasons for adding it. So I've been kind of reading from it, little pieces of it through this group, and then the committee action changed the language to add without swinging doors because there was an exception for in swinging doors. And so they made the language the way it is right now. And their committee reasoning to change it was that they didn't think out swinging doors would have in swinging doors have a problem. And they agreed that it was necessary to prevent exit doors from being blocked by a frost heave. And committee did express concern that the phrase, quote, "to ensure" may not be enforceable. And the modification was editorial to simplify the language. And they had a vote of 9-4. So it wasn't completely unanimous in the committee hearings. And then there was no assembly action, so it came and went as the committee amended it. So that's how it got out to the group. The General Assembly there was no public comments, and there was no General Assembly changes.
Who brought the proposal? Do you see?
James Smith, American Wood Council, representing ICC Region 3 Co-Development Committee. I'm not sure where Region 3 is. And I can read the paragraph if you want. It's
No, that's, yeah, I'm
pretty
just,
long. There is some reference to accessibility. Again, it's the reasons from the proposer.
yeah. That's why it's in the engineering section. Only the engineers were looking at
The
it.
soil strips, yeah.
Yeah. If I wasn't seeing it in egress or general or structural or
Or
anywhere.
accessibility, chapter 11, yeah. Yeah, it's coming from a bibliography of frost heave headaches, front doors blocked by raised pavement. That's the citation for the bibliography.
I mean, the amount of concrete that they're having you pour to fix that, you could repair that door several times.
That's true.
Exactly.
And probably just put,
in only the buildings that occurred at.
and
Right.
probably put
all
dowels in
buildings.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if it's truly going to keep coming back, code edition after code edition, and we can address it now with the only specific to, you know, those certain types of locations, that's a fix.
I think we could just not approve it and recommend that we do it again next time too, hopefully.
Yeah,
I mean,
because
it's
it would
really
then
not
come
going to
in.
take that long. We spent way more time.
It would come back as an Oregon amendment the next time. It would say you struck this in 2022. So do you want to strike it again? I
What
mean,
is
that's how it
our
would come in.
frost depth
Yeah.
in like the really cold areas of the state? Like up on Mount Hood, or I'm trying to think of where the coldest spot would be. Like, do we want to just exempt the less than 18 and less inches and say that covers 95% of the state and move on?
You know what it is over there on the other side of the mountains? Is it just 18 usually?
So prescriptively, we go up to 24 inches. The minimum requirement's 12 below undisturbed soil. A lot of areas of the state have 24.
Yeah,
If that helps.
Laurel County, Wallowa County, Wasco County, Wheeler County, they all have 24. Baker.
And that would be the areas where you would most expect they could have problems, but I don't know that those rural areas will appreciate us making them pour a whole lot more concrete either, though.
What if we made it above 4,000 feet? of
That's
sea
what we
level?
have in Clackamas County, about 4,000 is 24 inches.
He goes,
Maybe we just do that in general above 4,000 square feet, above 4,000 feet. And because a lot of that'll take out a lot of the state.
It seems like a
5%.
reasonable approach for the first time it comes up. This one's just weird.
Yeah, it is weird. Do we want to look at the wording right now on that, or?
If you did set it at a minimum elevation and left the second sentence about only being required to the extent necessary, it seems like that would give the building official some latitude in looking at the specific design and saying, well, it's got a big covering over it, or there's some extenuating circumstances that make it so that we don't believe it's necessary, rather than just saying flat out, if it's over 4,000 feet, you have to do it.
I agree with that. Yeah.
I would be too.
Maybe to get us started, some proposed language at at sites above 4,000 feet.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, at sites above 4,000 feet.
Yeah.
are we gonna keep the second sentence there? The maintenance sentence?
What's your concern there? So you're thinking that's a maintenance piece?
I do. It's just so wishy-washy. It shall only be required to the extent necessary. I feel like our means of egress already make sure that we have, and and accessibility has that component while the building is being constructed and while it's under a permit.
Plus, there's going to be a design professional involved maybe to design it anyway. So they're going to make sure that they're designed to meet the frost protection anyway. So why do you have to have the second sentence if someone's already designing it to be frost protection? The plan standards say, "Where's your frost protection?" They'll say, "This is what I'm doing." Da, 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 da. And you go, "Okay, great, thanks." So it's kind of like you don't need the second sentence to figure that out. And there aren't any standards. There aren't any methodologies.
Right.
Plans examiner can push against that. So it's kind of like, well, why even have the second sentence?
Right.
They're either providing frost protection or they're not.
They're
If
not.
they're not, then they do. So.
And if they have some other alternative, that is an AM&M, and that can be considered for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then we would just delete the second sentence altogether, and then we'd be good to go.
I'm good with that.
I like that. Well, that's not how it goes, Elizabeth.
Everybody give a thumbs up on that language.
Yes.
I'm
please.
exhausted. Oh my
Great work.
God.
I know. Oh, why did they do that to us?
Yeah, great work on that one. Thank you. Where were we? Let's see here. 18-8. 18-10-3-11 pile caps. This one is a modification by the IBC to align with the 2019 edition of ACI 318. So it's just a model code alignment harmonization with ACI 318. So 18-10-3-1-1.
We already talked about some of that stuff earlier.
Yeah.
Nope, right there.
18-10-3-11. Okay.
There it is.
Just points right to, there used to be more information in the model code on this, and it just points more to ACI 318.
Yeah, I think in general, you'll see this more next cycle. That's getting pulled out of the IBC and put into ACI.
Looks like thumbs up around. Thank you. So the next one, 18-9 helical piles. In section 18-10-3-3-1-9. Okay, it looks like this one's a little out of order. We gotta go back up to 3-3-1-9 helical piles. And this one's an IBC clarification on calculating allowable axial load for helical piles. Clarification on calking.
Clarifications are always good.
Yeah.
Looks like thumbs up around.
So just a typo there. It looks like the sum is capitalized. Maybe is that not supposed to be capitalized?
Correct. Yeah. Laura, do you see that sum there?
Second line.
The base capacity is equal to the sum of the areas. Item 1, second sentence. Yep.
Good
Thanks,
catch.
Eric. All right. Next item, 18-10 in 183531 structural steel H piles. IBC modification, the designing and detailing of H piles must now conform with AISC 341 seismic provisions for steel, requirements for a structure assigned to seismic design category D through F.
This one basically requires you to have a moderately or highly ductile H pile section, which I'm not sure how many of those are not moderately or highly ductile, and almost no one uses H piles anyway. Those are been out of favor for 30, 40 years.
So the cost is going to be minimal.
Yes.
Thumbs up. Great, thanks. 18-11, deep foundation element splicing in 1810-36.
Another deep foundation.
Modification, deep foundation element splices for buildings in seismic design category A and B regions designed by general engineering practices do not have to meet the 50% tension and bending capacity requirement. So this one's going to be a potential lower cost. Gives the designer some flexibility and low seismic to not have to comply with the old provisions.
Only applies to very, very small portions of the state.
See a thumbs up, thanks. Okay. 18-12, precast concrete piles in 1810 3.8. IBC modification, precast concrete piles are now to be designed in accordance with ACI 318 instead of, they had, I don't remember how much, but they had quite a few provisions in the code that have been taken out with now this simple pointer to ACI 318. Thumbs up. Great, thanks. 18-13, vibratory drivers in 1810-4.5. This is a modification where vibratory drivers are used to install piles. Load tests are no longer required when pile installation is completed with an impact hammer or when a pile is only used for lateral resistance. More flexibility here. No more load test requirements if they do this specific procedure. Thumbs up there. Sorry, can we run back to the item on the exterior doors for a fiscal real quick? I apologize. We missed the fiscal on matrix item 18-7. If you could just do a quick discussion on the cost.
Well, it seems like, I don't know that they would always have to do the deep foundation. They could do doweling, right, Seth, or some other method. So,
but I mean, I think it's an increased cost where it does apply. We reduced the area of application quite substantially.
Yes. Yeah.
But there is definitely an increased cost where it occurs. Whatever method you choose, it's going to have a cost.
Maybe $500 per
$500 could be $1,000, but some of it depends on how many exits you have. You got 20 exits on a big building. Way different than having
2 days. Yep.
Tyler, does that cost work for you, or you need anything more specific?
So sorry, I just want to make sure I heard you correctly, you all correctly. That was 500 to 1,000 per opening. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. Yeah. That helps. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Also, did we have a fiscal on 1810, the steel H piles?
I would say that
application because people
very,
use it very often.
I would call it negligible. No one uses them anyway.
so it's not required that they even use that system. So,
nope.
It's an option.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think we're on 18-14. Is that right, Laura? Yeah. Table 1810-326, allowable stresses in deep foundations IBC modification, maximum allowable stress from materials and deep foundation elements has been updated to be consistent with the capacity of materials used today. So capacities have gone up for steel elements. So they've just updated these tables for aligning with the new materials in the market. Any concerns? No, no cost implications, just updates. Thanks. Next one, 18-15, radon control methods for public buildings in 1811. Existing Oregon amendment addressing radon control methods in public buildings. Anybody has questions? Tony's available on this one. Thanks, Tony.
Sure. Yeah. So you'll see the difference in the blue there throughout. We tried to do some alignment. So this item 18-15 is just for the public buildings. So you'll see some minimal just changes, editorial, no technical changes. And then when we get to the next matrix item, I'll talk a little bit about that. So turn it back over to the committee.
Longstanding revision. I think there's no issues here.
Thumbs up on that one. Okay. Next item, Tony.
Sure. So now in 1812, again, this applies to group R2 and R3 governed by the OSSC. Eric's jumping up too here. So quite an effort to align this a little bit more closely with Appendix F of the ORSC, particularly regarding the reduction of ventilation. There was not a clear path on the OSSC side for that. We also have some new figures, updated figures that Eric did. Thanks for those, Eric. And again, just kind of clarifying some things. So the technical changes that are proposed, just aligning again with Appendix F. And Appendix F, for those of you that know, it's based on the National Model Code for the most part. And so we amended just slightly here in Oregon on the res side. And anything to add to that, Eric?
No, not really. Just general thought process was just keeping it consistent. You know, we had inquiries from local jurisdictions that had like mixed use buildings where they literally had like R2, R3, and you had completely different radon requirements. They were, in some ways, they were quite a bit different. So it kind of helps align those and then align with the statutory requirement for the Rs separate from the public buildings. So that's about it. That's all the intent was, is to clean it up and align.
For your work on that. Appreciate it.
Looks good.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I don't see any issues.
Thumbs up. Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Thanks, Eric. We're in 19, chapter 19. Matrix item 19-1.
I mean, just a heads up, Alan, I got a couple more minutes before I have to drop.
Okay, what do we want to do on what's the timeline on this meeting? Is it going all the way to 4:30, 4? I don't remember if it's Eric Sandoval.
It's 4 o'clock,
4 o'clock,
scheduled
okay.
until 4 o'clock.
Okay. you have any concern with us moving through it, Seth, without?
No, all this
Um,
stuff in chapter 19 was just clean up.
alignment with ACI 31819. So just for the committee to be aware, on chapter 19, the code has moving from ACI 31814 to ACI 31819. So that's the next reference standard. And basically chapter 19 is trying to align completely with the new ACI 31819.
So just as that administrative question to Seth, is there something in 23, the wood section that you wanted to talk about before you left, or the steel section? Maybe we jump forward to those while you're here, then go back. Is there anything that you wanted to talk about?
I don't really think there was anything in steel.
Okay.
And then wood.
I don't see any SEO amendments.
Yeah, there's certainly no SEO ones. Let's see here.
The 2213 is in masonry. That's probably from the masonry group.
Yeah, wood. It looks like there's one fire stuff that. Yeah, it's all prescriptive stuff in wood that's modified. So there's no SEO proposals. Yeah, there's not really much in wood.
Thank you, Jeremy. Seth, appreciate it.
All right, sounds good. So yeah, whenever you need to jump off, Seth. So 19-1 in 19012, IBC modification. So just in general, like I said, 31819 is the latest standard. So you'll see some changes throughout chapter 19 aligning with ACI 31819. So nothing really to mention on 19-1, unless you guys wanted to stick with ACI 31814 instead of jumping to ACI 31819.
Good to go forward.
Yeah. Hey, I just wanted to ask Seth, you guys don't have a problem with the mortar for adhered masonry veneer, the one that was submitted? You guys okay with that? The 22-13?
No, we were fine with that one. We looked at that one.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Jeremy, can we just jump forward and grab that one and close it, and then we can go back, if that's all right? Good.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned on that one because I don't know if it got noticed, Laura, is that correct? And I don't know if the proponent is here to talk.
No,
Oh,
it
I
wasn't.
see.
It wasn't
Sure.
noticed.
Yeah, okay. Never mind.
I have to wait on that one. Yeah,
we
we'll
have to
bring
wait
that
on
one back up.
next time. Yeah.
And we definitely would advocate for moving to the new concrete code. There's good changes in there.
Okay, so that 19-1 is a thumbs up, it looks like, for just kind of general alignment with model code change to 319, 31819. 19-2 is structural concrete tolerances have been specifically added in 19017. It's pointing to ACI 117 and ITG 7, where not indicated in the CDs, the structural tolerances for concrete elements shall be in accordance with those requirements. Any concerns with that? Thoughts? Okay. As far as cost goes, I can't think of anything. It's just more of a pointer when it's not specifically specified. Thumbs up from that one. 19-3, 190511, ACI 318, section 2.3. This is a modification to ACI section 190511.
This is an existing Oregon amendment, is that right?
Yeah, existing Oregon amendment that, so the detailed plain concrete structural wall definition. In the past code, we said as modified by ASCE 7 or as added by ASCE 7 section, but the code has this specific definition of detailed plain concrete structural wall as a modification to ACI 318 in 1905.1.6. So if you scroll down a little bit, Laura, you can see in 1905.1.6, that is the detailed plain. So anyway, it's just updating the pointer to itself instead of back to ASC 7. Kind of a redundant edit for both ACI, or I mean ASC 7 and ACI, or the IBC are modifying ACI. Okay, thumbs up. Thumbs up. Great, thanks. So that is it in 19. Like I said, the rest of it was, we captured, there was quite a few misses, just to be aware. You're going to see some purple and stuff like that, and some edits, even Oregon amendments, because the model code had some issues where they didn't do some updates from the 318.14 standard to the 318.19 standard. We've reached out to ICC. They're going to be trying to work on that via errata in the future. But we got ahead of it. So chapter 21, masonry. 21-1.
Do you want to just sort of look at 20?
Okay, yeah, 20 is an update to the aluminum design standard. It goes from the 2015 in the passcode under the 19 OSSC. That was the reference. Now it's the 2020 version. So just be aware that it's referencing a new aluminum design standard. And here's the language right here of chapter 20. Any thoughts or concerns with that? Okay. Thanks, Laura. Item 21-1, it's section 21012, existing Oregon amendment. Just clarifying that the design loads referenced by those masonry standards, existing Oregon amendment, shall be determined in accordance with chapter 16. Any concerns with that pointer back to our code for design loads? Okay. 21-2, 2101.3 special inspection requirements. Oregon amendment deletes the testing and inspection program language. And I don't remember exactly what we did here for where required special. So we did a tweak on this. Laura, do you have the 2019 language that we have, just so they can see the difference between our 2019 and what we were recommending here for this change?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a general statement. The special inspection of masonry shall be as defined in chapter 17. That wording and that language just wasn't consistent with our other pointers back to special inspection requirements. So Tony and I looked at it and came up with a BCD staff recommendation with this language here for your consideration. Oh, looks like thumbs up. Thumbs up, thanks. 21-3 in section 2103.2.4, that's skipping till the next meeting. We'll bring that back up. 21-4 in 2104.1.3. This is an existing Oregon amendment specific to cleanouts. No change to the past amendment. Provides some flexibility and clean out construction and grout bore requirements. Thumbs up, thanks. 21-5 lap splices. Existing Oregon amendment adds a lap splice limit or threshold that needs not be longer than 72 bar diameters for that lap splice requirement in 2107.2.1. Existing Oregon amendment, no change. Thumbs up.
Don't have any issues with that.
Okay. 21-6 in section 2109.2.4.8, there's a model code additional Provision for exterior finish of adobe masonry. The use of plaster as an exterior finish for adobe construction has been clarified with cement, lime, and clay. Plaster minimum requirements now addressed. For your consideration to take a look at. We got 1 thumbs up, 2 thumbs up, 3, 4 thumbs up. All right. Great. That's it for chapter 21. Chapter 20. Chapter 22 now, 22-1 in section 22. Oh, just so you know, for the steel, no change to the reference design standard editions. We're still in the 360, AISC 360-16 version. In 22-1, we've got section 220521, IBC modification, beam to column moment connections in seismic design category B and C buildings are now required to be pre-qualified where the response modification or the response modification coefficient exception is not applied. That's that clarifying language there. And that one,
Do we
that
check
one's already
a cost impact on that, Debbie?
check the IBC here for, I think it's. Yeah, this says in the past, AISC 358 was directly referenced in AISC 341, which is referenced in the IBC. However, supplements to AISC 358 are now produced more frequently than newer editions of AISC 341. Yeah, it's basically a publishing timeline issue, and it's already it's kind of already a requirement just based on the latest code cycles and the updates and the provisions and their so by directly referencing AISC 358 and the IBC, the most up-to-date standard is accommodated. AISC 358 is just one approach for the design of structural steel connections and seismic load for seismic loads. Section K1 or K2 of AISC 341 may be used.
So if it's giving an option, then there isn't an increase in cost because they could have already taken the other path. So
correct. Yeah, so
yeah.
it's negligible.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Yep. So that one, did that one have a thumbs up, Ron? 22-2 in 2209, in section 2209 for steel storage racks, requirements for steel storage racks and their anchorage qualification continue to be clarified. They were clarified on the last code cycle, and they're even further clarified on this code cycle. We did a Oregon modification here to this certificate of compliance language that we struck in red. So you might want to take a look at that, careful look at that, and that royal blue language that we added just to help clarify. But it's at the pleasure of the committee to take all of the original model code or accept the BCD recommendations here.
I think I'm okay with this.
Yeah, the old language seemed kind of odd.
Yeah.
I mean, who issues a certificate of compliance?
I'll tell you, it was really interesting. It was like one of the compliances I saw on this were from the manufacturer. So it was like itself, looking at itself. So I didn't know. It seemed like the special inspector has a better QA capability.
I'd agree.
Seems better.
Yeah.
Okay. So it looks like a thumbs up. Thanks.
Yeah.
Chapter 23. 23-1, section 2303.2. So 23032, fire retardant treated wood, IBC modification ASTM E84 has been updated to now include requirements previously only addressed in the IBC. So now they're pointing to ASTM E84 specifically here. Any thoughts, concerns on that? Looks like a thumbs up.
Yeah, I remember seeing this.
Okay. And you'll see in chapter 23 other areas too, where it's just alignment with the appendix P provisions for mass timber stuff too. So 23-2 and 2303.412, there's been a significant addition for wood truss bracing. Specific requirements have been added to address wood truss member diagonal bracing and restraint. So this whole section, if you scroll down, Laura, too, you'll see all of the provisions they've added. And the table, yeah, the figures there. These are all new. I keep scrolling down. This is all brand new stuff. So basically the old code path, it would point to ANSI TPI standards for the requirements for bracing, and there was no clear path on who was responsible for putting it on the plans or dealing with it. And so the BCSI was a reference standard, B3. They have great stuff that basically is this. So the IBC pulled these figures from those documents. And I do know that there have been building departments that have basically produced photocopies of those BCSI documents so that they didn't get missed on projects where bracing was required. But this is going to be a hopefully helpful additional language for truss bracing where it's not specifically detailed in this construction documents. Any thoughts, concerns on this additional?
This seems great. I mean, it makes it super clear what they need to do.
Yeah, it's always been a requirement, just not clearly.
Good.
Code.
Pictures are good.
Yep. Great. Next one is 23-3 under 2304.10.1 mass timber connection protection.
Mm.
Did we already have this in our previous version because we'd already approved the mass timber connection?
Yep, it's identical from Appendix P, I believe. Tony can weigh in if it's not, but I believe it's identical from Appendix P, mass timber connection protection.
So no increase in costs.
No, same. Quick thumbs up. Great, thanks. 23-4. Sealed spaces in type 4 heavy timber, 2304.11. Concealed spaces are now permitted in floors and roof decks for type 4 heavy timber. Points to chapter 6, I believe. Yeah. That's both in 2304.11 and yeah.
There it is.
This is just moving stuff forward, so this is a good thing. Yep.
Thumbs up. Okay. 23-5 in table 2304.10.2. There's an IBC modification to add additional fastener options for the different line items in the table, and then specifically on sheeting fastener schedule nail patterns. They've been updated to current industry standards for the new ASCE 7 wind loading provision. So for like the roof sheathing attachments, they made sure to get the head diameter on there because of the increasing wind pressures. just updating based on the latest. Okay, thumbs up. Item 23-6 in 2305. So be aware that the SPIDWIZ or special design provisions for wind and seismic for wood, that design standard is now referencing the 2021 version instead of the 2015. We've had the 2015 for some time now. And in that 2021 standard, CLT wood shear walls and wood diaphragm, there are design provisions now, prescriptive design provisions for those now in that standard, which is good. So under 2305, just letting you know that that is the latest for that AWC SDPWS standard referenced. So it's up to the committee to let us know if you want to move forward with that 2021 version or go back to the 2015. Okay, looks like a thumbs up. Okay. 23-7 cripple walls. In 2308.5.6, there was a model code proposal that came through and was approved for cripple walls. 230856. A little further.
That's 2308.5.6.
Yeah, 2308.5.6 cripple walls.
There it is.
There it is. So that little added language in there, exterior cripple wall studs shall be. So in the past, folks were applying this provision to interior cripple walls, not for wall bracing or anything like that, just a gravity cripple wall that they were applying this provision and saying it had to be fully blocked or fully sheathed for interior cripple walls less than 14 inches. And that was clarified at the national model level, and they made this change. So any thoughts on that one? I think it came from Robert Rice.
Yes, it did. Robert Rice brought a bunch of the cripple wall stuff.
Yeah. Okay, so in 2308.662, this is cripple wall specific provision for bracing. So for like prescriptive lateral bracing cripple walls. They've clarified basically in this section that they took out some of the old language and clarified that you can't have in high seismic D through E, you can't have cripple walls exceeding 14 inches because it triggers a story. And per the tables, the prescriptive lateral tables for wall bracing, you never get to go above a 1-story building. It's very limiting. The IBC prescriptive lateral path is very, very limiting compared to the ORSC. So. Any thoughts, concerns on that one? Okay, thumbs up. And 23-8.
I don't think there's any cost to this. In fact, maybe in some cases there may be reductions in costs with these changes you brought.
Yeah, definitely. I would say that, yeah, potential reduction, especially on 230856.
Yep.
So line item,
the intention to begin with, so it was just a clarification.
Line item 23-8 rafter tie connections in table 2308.7.3.1, model code modification requirements for that nailing pattern have been updated to reflect current standards, and they reference the wood frame construction manual standards for those connections for table 2308.7.3.1. Lots of tables in chapter 23. So, yeah.
Good direction there.
Right.
Any discussion on this one? Okay. All right. So that concludes through chapter 23. I'll turn it over to the committee for any other discussion. Tony, anybody else?
Yeah, so that takes us through 23. Where committee's doing great work flying today. So the next we have, I think we noticed up through 28. So we have a little bit of time here. If the committee's good, we can cruise through. There were no changes in 24, but we can pull that up, take a look at that chapter. No significant changes, just some model adjustments. And then we have 3 items left on the matrix that we could cover as well, if the committee's up to that.
Tony, in chapter 24, are there any reference standards that we have that are being updated to a new edition?
I'm assuming that there are, Mr. Sandoval, but that wasn't flagged specifically. I can take a look at 35 and just
I think
see.
I think it's just a matter of making sure we're in the most update. So they probably did that. I know for me, the NFPA 55, even though 2021 hasn't the 2019 edition, that the NFPA didn't publish a 2019 NFPA 55. They published a 2020. So I'm just checking, like cross-referencing, making sure it's really available.
Yeah, and I was thinking that the AAMA standard updated, but again, that's just kind of in the back of my head here. So I can take a closer look and come back next committee meeting with that.
That's good. Thank you.
Sure. So again, so nothing really there in 24 from a significant change standpoint. The removal of windborne debris region there on the screen. And then we have an existing amendment with a pointer to the elevator code. There it is for glass and elevator cars. So moving on to chapter 25, your matrix, you have item 25-10, and this is a model code change regarding WRB for stucco construction.
Oh.
And let's take a look there. It's in 25-10-6. There we go. And it's just, again, it's just providing options. So one of the following shall apply for those dry climate zones. Model code change. Any concerns with that? Looking good. Thumbs up. Excellent. Thank you. There's nothing else that we have noted in chapter 25. 26. Don't believe there's anything. Plastics. There is an update there, Mr. Sandoval, for spray applied foam plastic. You see that reflected in 35.
That's good.
So Laura's kind of taking us through, just kind of cruising here. Don't believe there are any other notable changes here in 26. All the way through. All right. So 27 electrical. We do have one item noted on the matrix here, and it's in 2702.3. Right there, and it's regarding the critical circuits. So if you're familiar with the 2019 OSSC language, in kind of our general approach, obviously in chapter 27, when we are dealing with the electrical code, we have a separate board, governing authority, separate statute that governs the electrical safety law in Oregon. So we try to try to clarify this throughout the chapter, where we need to go to the electrical code. And this is one where we noted, Eric and I were talking about it, and we noted that we needed to prescribe the fire resistance rating as we have done elsewhere for these critical circuits, but then the actual installation and how you accomplish the wiring method is governed by the electrical code. So you see that new language there in the lighter blue.
Nice.
Good, thank you. Thumbs up on that.
Yeah, definitely.
2703, Laura, if you could just point that out. It's not noted as a significant change. Eric, can you jump in here and just give kind of a little preface for next meeting?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Tony. So you may remember we kind of refer to chapter 4 as the integration chapter because it encompasses deals with so much. I'm not going to say that word today. But I also mentioned last time that we have a spattering of provisions from the IFC throughout. So this is an example. 2703 is electrical room signage. So it comes over from the fire code. Not new per se. It was in the 19. So this is one of those examples where we kind of hit them as we've went along, and then we'll hit chapter 4 kind of hard next on the 17th. So I think that's it for 27. 28's integration. You want me to take that also, Tony? Or
yeah, you can stay up. Absolutely. I wanted to tee up a couple of things on the mechanical code side. I think Mr. Whitehill had already brought up a couple of good points on 28. So matrix item 28-1. And what you see here is what used to be just a very small chapter in the 19 OSSC. You see some integration proposed that Eric just noted. And what we're proposing here is that the majority of these requirements are actually duplicated in the Oregon Mechanical Specialty Code. So these are going back to that Mechanical Code Committee, I believe next week. I believe it's on the 16th at their meeting. And so we probably won't be having these provisions in this chapter 28. Eric, you have anything to add for the committee on that?
Just the integration piece. This was this stuff came from 19 from the 19 OSSC when we did that originally, Appendix N, and it didn't really have a home. And then we realized that most of it, except for the fuel oil storage stuff, will probably stay here, and the rest will just be references over, or will be mechanical code already. So it's just kind of part of the growing pains of this whole integration process. Sometimes noting things like this. So nope, that's it. It's not really a big deal. This is just fire code stuff.
And so I'm hoping that because the heading of this section is fuel oil storage systems, and about half of it deals with refrigeration. So I'm hoping that that'll get fixed.
A lot of the, yep. Noted that. Absolutely, Terry. That was kind of a weird little non-good transition. That's again part of integration. So most of that stuff, a lot of that stuff's going to go away. So we'll clean it up.
Yeah,
yep, definitely.
Perfect.
I can think of that when you look at it from the fire code version, it was all sorts of different things that were coming together. And so it just came over because it's having to do with construction, and then some of the stuff's already in the mechanical code, so you're trying to get back over there. And so I know we're trying to do all the right things. I'm just cautious about things that are in the mechanical code that relate to building construction. And if you do want to use the mechanical code as the charging, then we need just to jump over there somehow. So if we're going to do fuel oil systems in the mechanical, maybe we just have a pointer to go see it. But I think that first sentence does that. So instead of getting rid of the whole thing, and again, maybe I misunderstood what you were trying to say, Eric, but it seems like if this is all going to go with the mechanical code and it came from the fire code, then we would just at least point from here to the mechanical code. And I guess maybe you said you already did that in the very charging statement, the mechanical, just to go see the mechanical code in the beginning. So we don't really need to do this particular system.
Right.
I don't know, but
Right. No, the fuel oil stuff's going to stay because it doesn't currently exist in the mechanical code. So that stuff will stay. It's a lot of the rest of it. And yeah, we will be cognizant definitely of pointers if they're necessary. Most of that stuff after the fuel oil storage systems is in chapter 11, the mechanical code already. So we're just going to kind of clean it up instead of duplicating it. There's a lot of duplicated stuff in the model codes on the fire mechanical side. And so didn't catch them all when we pulled it over. We probably should have done this last time, but just didn't catch it. And as you noted, chapter 28 is just nothing more than a paragraph saying, the mechanical code goes along with this code. So
this is one of those cases where citing the mechanical code takes it all in and makes it valid, so it's in that prescriptive method. Yeah.
Well, and I would encourage, if you're leaving the fuel oil in the building code, that you put a pointer in the mechanical code to get you to the building code for these systems.
Yep, that's good suggestion. I think we talked about that already with we're working with Heiser on this and getting those pointers. But yep, great suggestion, Terry.
Is 29 later? Chapter 29 coming later?
Yep. Chapter 29 is up on the agenda for next meeting. So I think that takes us through chapter 28. And we can circle back on 28 after the mechanical committee has taken some action. We can update this language and then have it available on the committee page as well. So that's the last order of kind of business today. Excellent work, committee. Again, thanks so much. We couldn't do this without you. A lot of things on the fly here. Really great work. So for the agenda for next Wednesday's meeting, the 17th, what we have are tabled items, of course, from today. We have the care facilities within dwellings. So again, I would encourage you, if you have the time, to look at that language. It's linked in your matrix under item 3 on the first page. So take a look at that, because we're trying to make sure that that's reflecting, the feedback that we got from the committee, and it touches a lot of pieces. And then that would also set the groundwork for related care facility language within chapter 34. So we don't have any leftovers from 14 through 28 because of the fantastic work today. And we will be covering integration, as Eric told you. So that's going to be a big lift. We have a lot of things. It's a lot of chapter 4. But as he noted, it's all throughout other portions of the code as well. And it's all those new construction provisions of the 21 IFC. And then we also have just a handful of existing amendments in chapter 4 that will cover kind of part and parcel to that. And then also chapters 29 through 33. So we have 29. I think that one's going to be posted soon if it hasn't already been posted. Some good stuff there. And then up through 33, as you know, 32 and 33, not a lot there. That's more of a, outside the state building code, local municipality authority. So we've clarified some of that as well. And then 31, there's a lot of stuff in 31 that we're going to cover, including the solar ready proposal and the existing, the old Oregon solar installation specialty code provisions that have been, in the OSSC chapter 31, section 3111 since 2015. So that's on the docket for the 17th. Anything to add? Any questions from the committee? Anything?
For me, I just want to thank everybody here. It's just some really lively discussions today and very on point. I truly appreciate the Structural Engineers Association of Oregon and their work and the comments that were here. So Jeremy, and it was lively that we did today. So I'm glad that we have this committee and people are interested in talking about the codes for Oregon. Thanks again.
Absolutely.
When do you think chapter 31 will be posted?
So I'm hoping that the goal is to get them finished by the end of this week. So we'll have them posted, hopefully by the end of the day on Friday, so that you would have the whole weekend to take a look. There are a couple of slight amendments that we're proposing, just editorial cleanups in the existing 3111 language. And then there are some public proposals, I believe, at least one in that chapter as well. And that would be covered after, that would be the plan, would be to cover that after integration in chapter 4, Sarah. So as always, at the pleasure of the committee, we could take things out of order, or the committee could, determine a different agenda order that day if necessary.
We will be out of town that day, and I know it's going to be a lot of solar topics. So if I could just add, written comments, because solar's not rocket science. So I could add some comments and you guys could go over it. And if you don't get to it, then that's all right. I'll be back for the next one.
Yep, absolutely, Sarah. I think that'd be welcomed, to have any comments or anything you wanted to add to that discussion. So with that, I think that's all of it. And then we'll have, hopefully the last meeting will be kind of chapter 34, the big one, and anything that's kind of what we refer to as leftovers. So again, thanks everybody for the time. I know you're all busy with a million other things, and it's a big lift. So thank you. And we'll see you on Wednesday.
All right.